Chapter 142. His strength was on par with Nyamaru, and he even saw him as an opponent. Was it the demon child Saito? After hearing Nyamaru's description, Ryudo had a rough idea of who the murderous guy was. The demon child Saito was the headquarter teacher of the Saito Guild Hall. He was the cousin of the current president, Saito Takahiro, and also Dunia's uncle. In the original game, most of the characters in the Saito Guild Hall only appeared in the Dunia arc, and this Saito could be considered the villain of the Dunia arc. How should this man be described? He was born with a deformity and grew up under the ridicule of others, so his personality was extremely twisted. Although the physical condition of the Saito Guild Hall was different from ordinary people, this member of the Saito family had a godlike talent in martial arts. He could basically learn most of the martial arts just by looking at it once. Ever since he was young, he had been ridiculed for entering the Tao. After discovering his martial arts talent, he had been immersed in the pleasure of practicing martial arts. He traveled around the world at a young age, looking for martial artists from various sects to fight. When he was in his 20s, he had fought more than 1,000 times. He could be said to be a war maniac born for martial arts. It was just that this pursuit of martial arts very quickly evolved into the pursuit of slaughter. After all, the essence of martial arts was to kill. The deeper the pursuit, the easier it was to fall into a quagmire. Therefore, the current Saito Guild Hall was already in a state of madness. He secretly captured many disciples of the Saito Guild Hall to test his skills and brutally killed them. The demon child lived up to his name. That's right. It was mentioned that Saito had once lost to a cat house by putting rabbit balls on it. Just when the legendary demon child was provoking him outside, Ryudo remembered a small detail mentioned in the Dunia arc. The reason why Saito Guild Hall always wore an iron mask that covered half of his face was because he had a huge scar on his face, and this scar was left behind by Nyamaru. Looking at it from this perspective, it was not hard to understand why the Tao initiation sect would want to find him to avenge their humiliation. However, it was his business to seek revenge after entering the Tao. Rabbit Ball had no intention of fighting with that fellow again. Moreover, the battle between the two of them back then was just a misunderstanding caused by a coincidence. It was just that after entering the Tao for so many years, they still refused to let it go. But even so, Bunny Ball shook his head and said, "What a headache. It seems like that guy doesn't intend to leave if I don't go out. I guess I can only send him away." "It's fine. Don't worry about it. President Wu Hong should already know about this. Someone will come to stop him soon." Rue Hui was rather calm about this sudden incident. Her eyes didn't even have the slightest change. In her opinion, it was not a big deal. As long as Saito was a normal person, he would not attack the distinguished guests of the Kamiyoshi clan at such a large-scale celebration. Of course, the premise of this reasonable deduction was that Saito was a normal person. In fact, he was completely different from a normal person. "You don't want to come out? Very good." Just as Bunny Ball was not going out, the short, middle-aged man with an iron mask covering half of his face standing outside had a dark expression. He pressed his hand on the wall beside him. Hiss. Huff. As Saito took a deep breath, his body actually expanded at a scale visible to the naked eye. The black suit that was originally in line with his body suddenly bulged out, especially the muscles on his arms. They directly burst out of his sleeves. There was a tearing sound. Bunny Ball, who was standing at the door of the suite, sighed and said helplessly, "Not good. That madman is really going to attack. Rue Hui-sama, please sit tight." Sit tight? What do you mean? Before Rue Hui could react, a wave of impact suddenly appeared in the room. It was an impact, and it came from outside the room. It directly penetrated through the wall that was more than 10 meters away. After using all the strength in his body, Seida's hand that was much wider than a normal person, and even his palm print was smoothed out, suddenly pressed against the wall. With this press, an exaggerated penetrating force immediately passed through the wall and blasted into the presidential suite where Rue Hui and the others were in. Bang! Pa! Boom! In an instant, a crisp explosion sounded almost at the same time. The vase on the table, the goldfish bowl beside the bed, the light bulb above the head, and other fragile things were all shattered on the spot. How should this scene be described? It was like someone used an excavator to fiercely dig outside the room, causing a strong vibration. Of course, this was not caused by some kind of heavy machinery, but by the penetrating force caused by a pair of flesh palms. What the hell is this? The moment the vibration started, Ryudo immediately reacted. He quickly took off his jacket and covered Rue Hui's head to prevent her from being scratched by the light bulb. Although his relationship with Rue Hui was a bit strange, she was still Colored Glaze's mother and his future mother-in-law. In addition, Rue Hui looked very similar to Colored Glaze. Ryudo occasionally saw the shadow of Colored Glaze on her. Therefore, taking the initiative to protect Rue Hui was his instinctive reaction. Not bad. His reaction was fast, and he had a good sense of protection. Originally, Bunkamaru wanted to personally protect Rue Hui, but who knew that Ryuto would snatch his job from the side, so he looked at the youth's back with a gratified gaze. If Bunkamaru did not comment on Rue Hui's invitation to this youth before, now he was a bit fond of this youth named Li Lan. He really had a bright future. However, Ryuto, who was unexpectedly recognized by Bunkamaru, could not help but immediately look at the direction of the wall where the force came from. Could it be that Saito entering the Dao fella had used his palm to blast out that attack? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Although Ryudo knew that the demon child's martial arts attainment was at the top level in this world, he did not expect it to be this strong. Even with his LV4 physique, it was impossible for him to shatter the glass in the room with a single palm strike from afar. This was not something that could be done with brute force alone. It must contain the essence of a profound martial arts skill. By the way, is my mother-in-law okay? If she's hurt, it will be troublesome. Her body is already very weak. Long Do was stunned for a second by the earth-shattering attack of entering Dao. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at Rue Hui, who was protected by his clothes. He lowered his head and looked down. Coincidentally, Rue Hui also raised her head and looked in his direction. Their eyes coincidentally met. Chapter 143. Testing Chapters, Changing in the Morning. If you like this book, please come to Chidien to support the original version. Thank you very much. The murderous and violent Taoist came and stood in front of her. Hui Ruichao hastily responded by fighting the dragon. Later, he was aware of this. After taking a few steps back, he felt that it was not appropriate for him to take a few steps back. It was obvious that Huirue's daughter was weak and gentle. Even if we don't do it close together, we still have to think about it. Although our bodyguards are not far away, the people who are startled should also have an imposing aura and a suppressive wind. When we are producing, our hands are fighting against each other. Looking at the strong divided into 10, Ma Wanjun and Shanru felt the fight. The people at the peak of the peak called Kendu, Fangjiejing, Huanjiwu Tsongluan, no hands, senior top. The accuracy of the quantitative comparison is very high. This is why we have to look at the next time. The first is still fighting the dragon. Acting in the arena is like a straight line. Going to the plank flower sky to the fight can still go even further, gambling with each other on the wall, measuring with the carpet, walking on the wall, flying on the eaves, moving around and rolling over the shadow. The number of wide meters walking in the corridor is only limited. Mao Han divided half of himself. He did not injure the user. He dispelled the momentum to attack the Dao of hegemony, the Dao of general's angle of view's strangeness. He followed the ability to resist him. He attacked less and defended more, although the pill was a rabbit. He seemed to be flying in the air, punching at the head. He was so angry that even the Buddha seemed to imitate. The sound of the wind was like thunder, carrying along with it when he attacked. Every punch, however, his small and short limbs moved in all directions. The way of the extreme was so domineering that it was comparable to the way of attack. After a moment of stupefaction, he had to see who it was. When the battle was about to break out, he would fight the dragon in front of him, and the two Taoists would enter the ball rabbit dang. The young are not strong, but the old are one person. The middle are one person. The young are one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. The young are one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one person. He is one. If we do not have the ability to slightly return the power of the physical body, we will be able to compare with the fighting of the dragon. Are the spikes of monsters of different levels counted, even though there are always people in their heads? What about her appearance and appearance? Why does she belong to two different people? Strength, charm, 3 insight, whole, 4 knowledge, courage, 4 spirit, body, 1 intelligence. Sexual attribute years 94. Age Daojian Tengzai. Name the year of Youth Ball Rabbit Masahiko. Nay. Although Xiao Yuren's natural disposition belongs to the big boss and big position, it seems that her natural disposition belongs to the single fruit. The move is excessively fast and afraid of the chaotic dazzling eyes. The scripture has already reached 2 people. The ball has become the battle ball rabbit, the house cat, and the scripture has already entered the Tengzai. The past should be the battle dragon and the others have not returned. The wall is still there when it's gone. What's with the 3 arrows? He ran up the wall and stepped on Nung Ranju's house. Heaven is old. Marubi rushed to the back of the group of bodyguards and circled around. He counted the short man who was running up the wall and stepping on the lightning-like body. Suddenly, he jumped to the side and went down. If he wanted to say something, he wanted to say that he had not finished yet. The Taoist priest said that as he retreated, a ball of rabbit was applied to the house cat, so that the bodyguard could save him. Well, it's too much not to manually connect in the straight line. This is in the body of you with besieging Fan's attack of the fist pulled out the back. The collar clothes grabbed the palm of the old song, only had the bad luck of the bodyguard to fall. At the same time, he waved his fist in the air. When the death field was the guiding force, it would be extremely great. The bodyguard who smashed the bowels and 6 viscera and 5 would have enough power to hit him, but the fist and the whip record was waved, the intent followed only by the Taoist priest. He waved his arm to the sturdy trunk of the tree as if there was still only one. After he finished speaking, the long line of bodyguards had not returned. You can do whatever you want. The distinguished guests of the region are all here. I apologize. Dao said that the first thing to do is to quickly connect people. Can you retreat? Can you not protect the safety of your bodyguards? This is the responsibility of this department. Ball Rabbit Masahiko looked like a fierce tiger. Ball Rabbit Masahiko looked like a cat. His gaze was focused like a tiger. Bodyguard Wu Fong passed through the light in front of him. Let go. Over and over again. He said that he was only me. The Taoist priest's voice is a child demon position. There was also a group of people gathering around the imperial palace, who were paying close attention to the work of the imperial palace's staff and bodyguards, who were close to the imperial palace's bodyguards. Naturally, the commotion was big. They had just entered the Tengzai, so there was not the slightest question. The middle corridor of Maruta's room was wide and spacious. When he was standing in front of the door, he did not give way to him. In front of him, he was blocking the bodyguard's Western attire. His body was black. His name was Several Good. The way outside was entering Tengzai. Entering Tengzai, the man's eyes widened in anger, and the rabbit's eyes were far from standing still. Looking around, he went to the right to face the dragon, and in an instant he went out of the door. As soon as the sound of footsteps came and went, the sutra was already at the end of the corridor, and the door was open. At the back of the head, the buttocks family members are following. The ground is very old, but the body is very strong. But near this has to go Hui Rue and do not volunteer to fight the dragon on the wisdom and reason. Although, tie the knot when the time comes, wait for her to fight the dragon to let fall. This version of SNLD's old wives and old wives are all women. Adding on and adding on, their self-respect looks very much like Hui Rue. Rubbing and rubbing are indispensable. The production is also a double. The one of the enemy is also a clan family representative god, the one who wants to set up fighting the dragon in the body. Is this counted as the enemy's attack? The one who made the move, Hui Rue, is like suddenly, what do you want me to do? Is this how it is done? Strange old times. There is a situation on the surface. The one under the somersault is also fighting the dragon. When going out to face Hui Rue, the gatekeeper opens the Marutu when point a light comparison to light death. He wants to see whether it is worth it or not. Is it worth it? 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 Is it because of the bad shell brain? Is it because the main clan family representative god dares to enter Tingzai? Is it because of this? Is it because of the tight situation? Is it because of the square? Is it because of the support type? Is it because of the straight clan family representative god? Is it because of the fierce attack? Is it because of the clan family representative god? Is it because of the strange wind? Is it because of the strange wind? Is it because of the beginning of the clan family? Is it because of Hui Rue's previous words? Is it because of the beard madness? Is it because of the clan family representative god who wants me to go out? Is it because of Lon and Marutu? Is it because of the provocation? Is it because of the glass's inner room? Is it because of the shock attack? Is it because of the wall? Is it because of the release of friends? Is it because of the release of the chi? Is it because of the previous words? Is it because of the displeasure? Is it because of the flash? Is it because of the door? Is it because of Hui Rue? The expression on his face was calm and indifferent. After recovering, his countenance became serious and upright. He stepped back and retreated to the ground silently. He hastily fought the dragon and Hui Rue. When they were close enough, they seemed to be able to sense it. Is it okay to protect Lon? Is it because of the loss? Yes. Well, it's because of you. Come and go slowly also Marutu? Is it because of the appearance of the east? Is it because of the two dragons? Is it because of Hui Rue? Is it because of the person who speaks? Is it because of the person who looks like the person in the picture? Is it because of Lon? How much do you think I am? Is it because of the appearance of the face? Is it because of the sudden? Is it because of the back of the eyes? Is it because of the head dragon? Is it because of Hui Rue? The face has the person's age. Is it because of the wrinkles? Is it because of the tight and greasy skin? Is it because of her age? Is it because of Hui Rue? Is it because of the appearance? Is it because of the words? Is it because of the makeup? Is it because of the long glass fruit? Her maturity was even more obvious. When she saw Li Lu and Hui Rue, who had a few faces, she went to see if the distance between them was much better. The eldest daughter and mother knew this very early. Although they knew it very early, they didn't know. Ali Lu looks like Ali Lu. Okay, good face. Is it because of the greasy skin? Is it because of the long hair and eyelashes? Is it because it can be seen clearly from the back? Is it because of the division? Is it because of Hui Rue and Dolong? Chapter 144. When Rue Hui realized that the young man was standing in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. Sorry to trouble you. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. If Rue Hui had known that Saitu was such a lunatic, she definitely wouldn't have opened the door. After all, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. Moreover, this wasn't a collapsing wall. It was simply a barrel of gunpowder. Fortunately, this fight was just a personal grudge between Saitu and Bunkamaru. It had nothing to do with Rue Hui. Apart from Bunkamaru, Rue Hui also had a few guardian ninjas hiding in the dark. She even arranged hundreds of samurai to be on standby near the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. If something really happened, Rue Hui was confident that she could escape. Even so, Ryudo took the initiative to stand in front of her time and time again. This action still warmed Rue Hui's heart. After all, unlike the guardian ninjas and kamikaze samurai who were ordered to protect her, this young man didn't have any relationship of interest with Rue Hui. It wasn't easy for him to do such a thing. Of course, if Rue Hui knew that Ryudo unconsciously took the initiative to protect her because he saw her as a colored glaze, this feeling of gratitude would definitely vanish. Ryudo heard this and complained softly without turning his head. It's okay. Who would have thought that guy was a lunatic? There's something wrong with his head. Ryudo was just casually mocking him. After all, Saitu was a madman for entering the Tao. Although this martial arts fanatic's cruelty and madness had already been reflected in the original Dunya arc, Ryudo still didn't expect that he didn't even care about Rue Hui Kaneshiro. This kind of madness had reached the point where he was the only one in the world. It was no wonder that he would challenge Ayam in the end, and then be killed by Ayam. It was indeed a trap to kill, a real trap to kill. In the Dunya arc, although Saito was invincible when he entered the Tao, his death was also quite a humiliating one. In the latter half of the plot, this guy rushed into the unfettered Sky Tower in order to show off his strength. However, he was trapped in the basement by Ayam's trap, which was then filled with cement. Even a martial Tao master who was close to the peak of human beings could do nothing in the face of the pouring cement and could only be made into clay sculptures. Arrogant, conceited, and extremely powerful, but not very smart. From this point of view, Ryudo still looked down on those who had entered the Tao. That was why he didn't hesitate to tell Rue Hui that there was something wrong with that guy's head. However, what he did not expect was that his casual remark had been heard by someone who had entered the Tao. Although the chaotic battlefield was a few meters away, Saito's ears seemed to be very good. He actually heard Ryudo's ridicule in such a situation. Was that guy a lunatic? Was there something wrong with his brain? When he heard this, Access Dao looked at Long Do with a sharp gaze. The anger in his eyes seemed to want to burn Long Do to ashes. Holy shit. It's one thing for Akira Kamishiro to scold me, but a mere waiter like you dares to take advantage of me? Are you looking for death? In a fit of rage, Saito directly faced Bunkamaru's kick in front of him. Whoosh. Pa. Originally, Bunkamaru only wanted to force Access Dao to retreat. Who knew that he would face it without dodging? Then, he was kicked in the direction of Ryudo and Rue Hui. Not good. This guy wants to make a move on that boy? Access Dao's move was as fast as lightning and very sudden. Before Bunkamaru could react, his short figure was already a few meters away, and he reached out his left hand to grab Ryudo's throat. This man's palm was as big as a palm leaf fan. His skin was extremely rough and his knuckles were shockingly large. It was obvious that he had practiced a lot of martial arts. If he really grabbed Ryudo's neck, his neck would snap like a straw in the next second. Sir, be careful. At the same time, another slender figure appeared behind Rue Hui like a ghost. She pulled Rue Hui back and quickly pulled her away from the battle area. Looking carefully, it was a woman who took Rue Hui away. She was a woman in her 40s with a face scarf covering her mouth and nose. She was wearing tight clothes that were convenient for movement. Just like Bunkamaru, she was also a guardian ninja who was responsible for protecting Rue Hui, but she usually didn't appear in public and only acted when there was a real crisis. Ryuki, take that boy with you. Huh. While being rescued, Rue Hui instinctively said to the ninja named Ryuki, wanting her to save Ryudo as well. After all, in Rue Hui's view, Ryudo, a 10-year-old boy, couldn't resist the surprise attack of a Access Dao. If no one rescued him, he might die on the spot. However, before she could finish her sentence, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Facing the sudden attack of the demon child Saito, Ryudo didn't even think about it. He instinctively rushed forward and reached out his right hand to grab Saito's big hand. This kid is asking for death. Seeing that Ryudo dared to grab him, the Access Dao's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. The Access Dao had spent his life learning martial arts and had practiced countless martial arts. Among them, his best skill was the Vajra finger of Tantra. His grip was so strong that he could crush solid steel with his bare hands. When he grabbed someone, it was like grabbing plasticine, and he could easily crush their flesh and bones. Not good. Razor Kuin dared to compete with the Access Dao. He will definitely. At this time, Bunkamaru also rushed over, but the two's hands were already tightly clasped together. Their fingers were intertwined, but it was not a tender gesture between lovers. It was a competition of strength to break each other's fingers. Go to hell. After grabbing Ryudo's hand, the Access Dao tightened his grip, trying to turn this arrogant young man into a one-handed hero. However, at the same time he released his force, a huge force came from his other hand. It actually withstood the Access Dao's grip. Woo-woo-woo. In an instant, Ryudo squatted down and gathered all his strength in his right hand. and without hesitation, he clasped his hand together with the access Dao. His eyes were wide open, his teeth were clenched, and his body was pressed forward. His strong and beautiful muscles contracted rapidly, as if he was a gladiator wrestling with his opponent. What a strong grip. But if it's just a competition of strength, I won't lose. After feeling the huge force from the big hand that did not match the size of his body, Ryudo exerted all his strength while staring at the access Dao's eyes with murderous intent. Not only did he stare, Ryudo could not help but mock him to his face. Stinky shorty. You want to kill me just because I complained about you, right? Ryudo did not even dream that he would fight with the access Dao here, and the reason was because he complained about Ruehue. You want to kill me just because I complained about you? What a temper this devil child has. But my life is Ryudo Kiryu. Do you think you can take it just because you want it? If you want it, you'll have to pay more, at least 10 million each. Chapter 145. Of course, it was impossible for Saito to spend 10 million to buy a life. He didn't have the habit of spending money to buy a life. He had always been a freeloader. Furthermore, after hearing Long Do's mocking words, access to Dao's eyes, which were already filled with killing intent, glared so hard that they were about to bleed. Saito never thought that such a small waiter would dare to insult him, and what he insulted was the thing that angered him the most. From a very young age, Saito grew up under the ridicule of dwarf, little Ming, and hobbit. He was naturally the most sensitive to such insults. As Sato's status became higher and higher, it had been a long time since someone dared to say such insulting words in front of him. However, Ryudo dared, and he did it in front of at least a dozen people. This young man actually… Wait, his eyes? Could it be? When he realized that Ryudo could withstand the attack of Saito, Bunkamaru, who was about to go to the rescue, was stunned. But at that moment, he just happened to see Long Do's eyes that were emitting a cold aura. The eyes were the window to the soul, so Ryudo had been avoiding Bunkamaru's eyes. Otherwise, there was a high probability that he would discover his true identity. In fact, it was indeed so. When Bunkamaru saw Ryudo's eyes, he felt as if he had returned to the Kamishiro villa more than a month ago. That's right, I like her, and I will definitely marry her in the future, so? In that bedroom, the young man fearlessly expressed his intentions to Bunkamaru. Even when facing the powerful Kamiyoshi clan, the young man was still confident and his eyes were like torches. It was the same now. Even if the person standing in front of him was the legendary demon child, he still chose to face the attack head-on and didn't retreat half a step. Could it be? This young man's identity is in a trance. The young man named Li Lan overlapped with the person in Bunkamaru's heart, which made him feel greatly shocked. But this was impossible? How could Ryudo Kiryu have such powerful strength? It had only been a month since the last time Bunkamaru met Ryuto. At that time, Ryudo was a complete amateur in martial arts. How could he be able to withstand Sato's attack in such a short time? Just when Bunkamaru was shocked that Li Lan and Ryudo might be the same person, Saito slowly opened his mouth. While he exerted force in his palm, he sneered, "Very well. I want your life. Even Jesus can't save it." Is that so? What do we bet? If you can't do it, how about you bark? F*****KU. After hearing Ryuto reply, Dato Kiryu's, Sato's of course, but in his heart, he was secretly a little. After all, the knuckles of his 5 fingers that had stepped into the Dao had already turned white, and veins were bulging out like earthworms. This was a sign that he was using his full strength. In other words, this young man, who looked like he was at most 10 years old, was able to withstand Sato's full strength. This was unbelievable. What was even more ridiculous was that when Saito Kiryu's hand grasped Kiryu's hand, it felt so hard that it was incomprehensible. If it was purely strength, Saito Kiryu could be explained as the young man's natural strength. After all, although this situation was rare, it was not unheard of. Sato's family had Dunya, who was a superhuman. What Saito Kiryu could not understand was the hardness of the young man's hand, which seemed to be made of steel. One had to know that the hands that had stepped into the Dao had undergone decades of body training and soaked in various special potions to temper their iron hands. It was not surprising that they had such hardness. But what did this young man have? How could his hand be so hard? Why? If Ryudo heard this question, he would definitely smirk and reply in a pretentious tone, because I have a cheat. The reason why Ryudo could withstand Saito Kiryo's grip was not only because of his strong physique, but also because of the two brothers, Steelbone and Steelbone. Steelbone Mastery and Copper Skin Mastery. These two passive skills had been bought for the second time not long ago, which meant that they were now at 40% proficiency. 40% proficiency of the two passive skills, LV4 Physique, and also the title of Combat Apprentice. To increase his combat power, he could barely withstand Saito Kiryo's ferocious attacks. From this angle, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying Saito was. His strength had almost reached an inhuman level. If it was not for the fact that they were competing purely on strength, they would have fought each other. Right now, Long Do would definitely be defeated by him in a short period of time. After all, their combat awareness and skills were not on the same level. Long Do might have even picked his nose more times than Long Do. Therefore, Long Do could only barely hold on at this moment and was completely unable to counterattack. However, not being able to fight back did not mean that he could not speak. Therefore, Ryudo began to bombard him with words. Harder. Did you not eat? Or are you going to scratch my itch here? I don't have money to pay. Do you mind? Ugh. You just said that you want to kill me. Hurry up, don't just stare at me. I've been afraid of dead fish eyes since I was young. Ugh. Looks like that's all you've got. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Don't call me demon child, call me giant baby. With every sentence that Ryudo said, Saito Kiryo's face turned redder. In the end, his face was as red as an apple. It looked quite funny. When he heard the word, giant baby, Saito Kiryo could not hold it in anymore. F*CKU #% accompanied by an almost indiscernible curse, the short man finally could not hold it in any longer and moved his right hand. He attacked Ryudo's outstretched wrist with lightning speed. From the beginning to the end, Saito had only used his left hand to wrestle with Ryudo because he couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't crush Ryudo with one hand. But perhaps it was because Ryudo's scolding that this martial arts expert finally gave up his dignity and chose to use his other hand to launch a fierce attack. If this right hand hit, Ryudo's extended wrist would definitely break on the spot, and then his entire hand would be crushed into meat paste. Unfortunately, at the same time, for thin, flying needles flew out from behind like lightning and pierced into his shoulders and legs. It was Cat House Bunny Ball. Just as he was about to make a killing move, Bunny Ball behind him also decisively made his move. Although Ryuto was the one who had stepped into the Dao, Bunny Ball had been keeping an eye on him. As soon as he noticed that Saito Kiryo was about to disregard martial arts, Bunny Ball took the initiative to disregard martial arts and pierced a few needles into his back. With these 4 needles, Saito Kiryo's arms and legs immediately became completely numb in a short period of time. His body also froze there and became a large target. Chapter 146. After realizing that he had been ambushed by Bunkamaru, he immediately turned around and shouted angrily, "Bunkamaru! I!" Boom. However, before he could finish cursing, Long Do, who was right in front of him, lifted his foot slightly and stomped on the carpet in front of him. A stomp that shook the ground. Using this special tremor kick as a starting point to accumulate and release power, this was the biggest characteristic of the ancient Bajiquan. At the same time, Ryudo's body was like a drawn bow that was filled with power. His body leaned forward, and the power was released from his heel, to his waist, to his fist, and violently smashed towards Saito's face. Moving like a drawn bow, releasing like a thunderclap, this was one of the ancient Bajiquan's signature moves, Collapsing Fist. When this powerful and domineering punch landed on the half of Saito's face that was not covered by the iron mask, even Rue Hui saw the guy's face distort like a cartoon in an instant, and then his whole body flew out in an exaggerated manner. Originally, with Ryudo's ridiculous physical fitness, the power of this punch was already quite shocking, not to mention that he even used a martial art. What was a martial art? Only a technique that could break through the limits of the body could be called a martial art. This set of movements, from accumulating power with the stomp kick, to pulling himself up from the ground, and finally twisting his waist to unleash his full strength, was much more destructive than a simple punch by God knows how many times. Therefore, when the fist landed on the side of Sei's face, Ryudo could clearly feel the bones in his body shattering. This was the first time he had used the ancient eight extremities fist to attack a living person, but it felt pretty good. The tremendous force traveled inwards through the cheeks, shattering the mandible and the last few molars. The force continued to travel to the maxilla, cheekbone, and lower turbinate, almost shattering all the bones in this area. At the same time, the strong force violently shook his brain, which had entered the Tao, causing his brain to hit the bone walls left and right like jelly in his skull, resulting in a severe concussion. Such a powerful punch directly to the face, the result was so terrifying. If Sei's physical fitness was not far superior to ordinary people, and he subconsciously dissipated a part of the force before the last punch, this collapsing fist would have killed him on the spot. Even so, entering the Tao could be considered the most tragic defeat he had suffered in the past few decades. % at star. Before he fell to the ground and lost consciousness, Seitu did not forget to open his severely deformed mouth and used a muffled voice to curse. Although he didn't know if he was scolding Rabbit Ball for being immoral or scolding Long Do for taking advantage of the situation, or perhaps both were within the scope of his scolding. Thump. But in any case, as Seitu fainted on the ground, this accidental death battle finally came to an end. But after seeing the demon child fall to the ground, almost everyone in the corridor was stunned. Even Bunkamaru looked at Ryuto in disbelief. As the saying goes, the layman watches the show, while the expert watches the skill. The rest of the bodyguards and Ruehue at most felt that Ryuto's punch was very fast and smooth. Only Bunkamaru knew how complicated the martial arts technique was. It was actually Fagine? Which martial arts country did this technique come from? And it was quite ancient, quite lethal, true martial arts. It was not the kind of fake martial arts that could be casually taught. According to Bunkamaru's knowledge, this kind of Fagine technique was very difficult to practice. Ordinary people could practice it for 10 or 20 years, and it would be difficult to say if they had mastered it or not. But this young man was at most in his teens, and he performed a complete set of Fagine burst fist. This was as ridiculous as magic in Bunkamaru's eyes. From this point of view, Seitu's defeat was justified because he had underestimated Ryu Dojo. But after he wakes up, he will hate me and this young man even more. Why don't we just give him a fatal blow? At this time, Bunkamaru looked at Seitu, who had lost consciousness on the ground, and slowly took out a long needle from his sleeve. It seemed like he was going to stab Seida's head. Previously, Bunkamaru disfigured the left side of Seida's face in their last fight, causing Seitu to wear an iron mask that covered half of his face and hated him for more than 10 years. Now, Ryu Do's punch had smashed the right side of his face to the point that even plastic surgery might not be able to restore it to its original state. It would be strange if Ryu Do did not hate him to death. Rather than leaving behind such a latent threat, why not just give it to him now? Just as Bunkamaru was about to make a move, a few messy footsteps rushed over. Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Give me some face. Although there was still half a corridor between them, Seitu Takahiro's bear-like roar could be heard from the other side. At this time, Seitu Takahiro's voice sounded hurried and anxious. It was obvious that he knew something big had just happened. Takahiro is coming. Looks like I can only let him live. Bunkamaru immediately put away the long needle and turned to look at the young man who was hurrying over to Ruehue. But who is this young man? Is he Lilan? Or is he really Ryuto Kiryu? If Bunkamaru thought that he was Ryuto in disguise when he saw the pair of eyes, after seeing the punch, he felt that he was mistaken. After all, that kind of proficient burst punch was not something a young master like Ryuto Kiryu could learn. From Lilan's self-introduction, he was originally from a neighboring country and happened to come from the same place as this mysterious burst force technique. This unexpectedly deepened his credibility. If Lilan was really Lilan and not Ryuto, then he learned martial arts from a neighboring country and came to Yoto due to some accident, Then this explanation made sense. Could there really be people in this world who looked so similar, and even their eyes were almost the same? Just as Bunkamaru was feeling very confused, Ryudo quickly came to Ruehue and said to her, "Sorry, I have to leave immediately." It had to be said that the development of the situation had far exceeded Long Do's expectations. He could only leave first. After all, if Takahiro came to catch him, Ryudo would be questioned, and his identity as an outsider would be immediately exposed. Therefore, he could only choose to leave first, but before that, he had to say goodbye to Ruehue. Ruehue also nodded and said, "After such a thing happened, you can't stay here anymore, right? Take this, call me when you need help, any help is fine." Before Ryudo left, Ruehue took out a special business card with double-leaf sunflower pattern printed on it and handed it over with a gentle smile on her face. "Understood, goodbye." After receiving the business card, Ryudo looked at President Takahiro, who was still 50 meters away, and quickly rushed to the other side of the corridor. After seeing the waiter quickly running in the opposite direction, Takahiro also ran and shouted, "Waiter over there! Wait! Don't!" But before Takahiro ran to chase after Ryudo, Ruehue took a few steps to the center of the corridor and blocked their way. Seeing Ruehue blocking in front of him, Takahiro could only stop and ask in confusion, "Sister Ruehue? I'm chasing someone here." That waiter ran so fast. He must have something to ask. "President Takahiro, such a big thing happened here. You should think about how to explain it to me, not chase after some useless person." Although Ruehue's voice was calm, but it had a power that made people not dare to overstep. When he heard her words, Wu Hong's burly body immediately slumped down. He looked at Ruehue, who was obviously unhappy, and then looked at Saito, who was lying on the ground not far away, and said in a trembling voice, "How about we find a place to sit down and talk? We can talk about anything. We can talk about anything." To put it bluntly, this incident was caused by Saito from the beginning to the end. Although he didn't hurt Ruehue, but for Kamiyoshi, it was very rude to use violence. If it was not handled well, it may even lead to a huge crisis in the reputation of Saito Club. Therefore, after being criticized by Ruehui, Wu Hong immediately forgot about the waiter who ran away not long ago. He began to nod his head and apologized to Ruehui. At the same time, he cursed the person who had entered the Tao 1,000,000 times in his heart. Just when Takahiro and the group behind him were all blocked by Ruehue, Ryudo had already reached the toilet in the corner of the 49th floor corridor. Although the toilet had the words, "Women's Toilet," written outside, fortunately, there was no one inside. Otherwise, Ryudo would be called a pervert who trespassed in the women's toilet. If I'm not wrong, the stairs to the 50th floor are firmly guarded, and I can only go up from here. Not long ago, during the riot, Ryudo vaguely saw several bodyguards standing on the stairs, and it was basically impossible to sneak in. So he quickly opened the small ventilation window above the women's toilet and stepped on the sink and climbed up with difficulty. Although the window was small, it could barely allow people to squeeze through. However, after poking half of his head out, Ryudo found that there was a drone patrolling outside. He immediately said to Sensible through the walkie-talkie, "Name. I'm now at the window of the women's toilet on the 49th floor. There is a drone patrolling outside. Can you hack in and temporarily change the direction of the drone?" After a while, Sensible, who was looking at the screen in the command center, replied, "If it's only about 10 seconds, it shouldn't be discovered. Is there enough time?" "Enough. Start immediately." With Ryudo's order, Sensible immediately controlled the drone over there to slightly change the direction, and the surveillance camera was tilted to the side. As for Long Do, he leaped out of the small window. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped nearly 200 meters into the sky. At the same time, a set of long hook with a rope immediately appeared in his hand, and he threw the iron hook to the edge of the 50th floor. Chapter 147. At this time, Ryudo's action was hard to describe. Even in Mission Impossible, such an outrageous scene would not appear. Just like that, he leaped out of the vertical space 50 floors away. Below him were pedestrians that were as tiny as ants and cars that were the size of boxes. If the iron hook that was thrown out at this time didn't catch the railing, then Ryudo could experience the feeling of leap of faith without the haystack in the next second. Clang. But fortunately, Ryudo's technique and luck were good, so the iron hook successfully caught the railing, and Ryudo's body, which weighed 100 pounds, was hung in the air by a rope. Phew. Very good. As long as he hooked onto the railing, there would be no problem. Long Do hurriedly climbed up as fast as he could. He was as fast as a monkey climbing a vine. After only 7 or 8 seconds, he appeared in the corner of the garden on the top floor of the 50th floor and quickly hid his body in the bushes. Until then, the drone that was hacked by Sensible before returned to its original monitoring direction. However, because the time it took to turn around was too short, no staff noticed this scene. When he came to the top floor of the 50th floor, the first thing that caught his eye was a beautiful garden on the top floor. There were swimming pools, gyms, and many other private facilities in the garden, and at the end was a standalone villa suite. The villa on the top floor was obviously where Dunia was. After Ryudo slowly went up from the garden, he bypassed several bodyguards guarding the garden and the stairs. Then he came to the window of the standalone villa suite. After a little test, Ryudo found that the window was not locked. Perhaps Dunia opened the window not long ago and forgot to lock it from the inside. Squeak. So Ryudo gently opened the window and quietly jumped in without making any sound. Because of the passive skill, silent movement, Ryudo moved as light as a cat, and there was no sound of footsteps at all. After entering through the window, what came into view was a spacious, bright, and comfortably decorated living room. There was a faint fragrance in the living room, and there were many snacks and toys on the table. The sofa was also a little crooked. It was obvious that someone had stayed here not long ago. According to the information that Yunyan had gathered, because the security of the Saitu Guild Hall was relatively weak recently, for the sake of Dunia's safety, she had actually moved here for several days. But now, Dunia was obviously not in the living room, and the light in the bedroom deep in the living room was still on. In the bedroom? If she happened to be resting, then it would be a blessing from the heavens. After Ryudo took out the bottle of mixed drug hidden in his pants, he quietly sneaked toward the bedroom. The simplest way Ryudo could think of to kidnap Dunia was to drug her. After a while, when he saw her, he would quietly approach her and spray the mixed drug on Dunia's face. Even if she had a superhuman body, she would quickly be knocked out. Just like this, Ryudo held the drug in his hand, and like a scumbag who was about to enter the house, he quietly walked toward the bedroom deep in the mansion. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The more he walked, the more nervous Ryudo felt. In the previous battle with Saitu, his LV-3 courage was able to keep him calm. But seeing that he was about to achieve his goal of kidnapping Dunia, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. After all, no matter what, Dunia was Ryudo's concubine, and coincidentally, Ryudo was a blonde. A blonde sneaking into someone's bedroom and preparing to use the drug to knock out the little loli. This scene felt strange no matter how one looked at it. But even so, Ryudo had no way out. He crouched slightly, stuck close to the wall, and carefully came to the bedroom. He gently twisted open the door that was not locked from the inside. After the bedroom door was opened, a rather spacious room appeared. There was a huge and soft bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a TV, and other common facilities. But even if Ryudo sneaked in, he still did not see Dunia in the bedroom. That's strange. Where is she? So Ryudo curiously looked around, trying to see where the lady was. But at this moment, he looked toward the bed and saw a new dress neatly stacked there. The dress that was as gorgeous as a princess dress was not inferior to Yunyan's Rococo dress. Beside it was a small bra, a pair of white tights, and underwear. It was obvious that these were the clothes that Dunia would wear during the final stage of the celebration. With Dunia's doll-like exquisite beauty, it was not hard to imagine how many Lalicons would scream shamelessly when she wore this cute dress. But now, the problem was, where would Dunia be wearing the clothes that were on the bed? Dong. Just as Ryudo was looking at the clothes on the bed in a daze, there was some movement behind a mirror not far away. Wait a minute. Could it be that it's not a mirror? Ryudo turned his head stiffly and looked over, only to see an exquisite naked body faintly appear from behind the mirror. Obviously, that thing was not a mirror, but a glass door. It should be a bathroom or something similar. Although he couldn't see the situation inside through the thin mist, he could foresee that Dunia should have just finished bathing and was about to come out to change her clothes. What the F***CK? Madam, why do you have to bathe at this time? Are you kidding me? At the same time, Ryudo's face turned green, as if he felt a great danger approaching quickly. From the situation where Dunia's figure was close to the glass door, she should have finished bathing and could come out at any time. Because the clothes that she was going to change into were on the bed, Dunia would definitely come out clean. So clean that there was nothing on her. Ryudo couldn't imagine how awkward it would be if Dunia came out naked and bumped into him. In a simple way, it would be, Dunia, I don't want to be a human anymore. That level of awkwardness. Pa. Just then, from the glass door came the sound of bare feet on the ground. Obviously, Dunia was coming this way. Hide. He must hide immediately. But the problem was where to hide. It was definitely too late to go out now, so Ryudo quickly looked around the bedroom. But there was only a bed, a closet, and a desk. There were limited places to hide. Damn it. It's up to the heavens. At his wit's end, Long Do could only quickly open a compartment in the wardrobe and enter it without even looking. Just as Ryudo went into the closet and closed the compartment door, Dunia, who was wiping her hair with a towel, opened the glass door and walked out. Her emerald eyes scanned the bedroom as she muttered to herself, I think I heard something just now. Was it my imagination? After confirming that there was no one in the room, Dunia walked to the bedside and sat on the bed. Although Dunia's body looked very petite, but when she sat down, the bed actually made a sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. But for Dunia, she was already used to this situation. After all, she was much heavier than she looked. But just from her appearance, Dunia could be said to be a beautiful loli that could be described with the word dreamy. Because she had just come out of the bath, her tender and jade-like skin was slightly red. It was as if a Barbie doll made with exquisite craftsmanship had been given the color of human blood. Her wet silver hair was tied up with a towel. The girl slightly raised her swan-like slender white neck. Her delicate white hands were holding the towel and slowly wiping her back. Perhaps it was because she was alone, but she had abandoned her usual pretentiousness. Her slender legs were casually crossed together, and her pair of snow-white feet were playfully raised. Unlike Union's well-proportioned and beautifully shaped feet, Dunia's feet were more slender. Her delicate and white feet were light and attractive. It was as if one hand could completely wrap them up. In short, looking at Dunia sitting on the bed wiping her hair, the scene was really as beautiful as an oil painting. The girl in the painting was surrounded by a hazy fog. The light above her head gave the perfect light and shadow, completely showing the tranquility and laziness on her face. This beautiful scene, now Ryudo could have a panoramic view. Unfortunately, he was in the closet and couldn't come out for the time being. And just when he had just entered the small compartment in the big closet, Ryudo immediately regretted. For a girl like Dunia, the big closet was usually divided into many small compartments, each containing different types of clothes. Unfortunately, the compartment that Ryudo randomly opened and entered just happened to be the underwear compartment. For some reason, Dunia had a lot of underwear. This caused Ryudo to immediately be buried in a sea of clothes when he entered. Ryudo Kiryu, swear to God, before I entered this small compartment, I really didn't know what was inside. When he was surrounded by a large pile of fragrant underwear, Ryudo couldn't help but raise his hand to the sky and made a gesture of swearing. However, just when Ryudo was hiding in a pile of underwear in fear and trepidation, and kept on muttering, I'm not a pervert, I'm not a pervert, I'm not a pervert, the most terrifying thing happened. This set of underwear doesn't look very nice. Why don't I change it? Dunia, who was sitting on the bed, roughly wiped her wet hair. Then, she casually picked up the underwear beside her. She took a few glances at it and said something that made a certain person's hair stand on end. Chapter 148. Test Chapter. If you like this novel, please come to Chidien to support the original. Thank you. The shadow body's slender sleeves were retracted. The blood from the sword sleeves was stained with blood. Her clothes were black, her body could only be seen. Looking at the back of her body, the great Wu dynasty's capable Binyanadong, where could the appearance of the sword sleeves be seen? When he came out, he was wearing the front part of his chest, while the back part of his body, his internal organs, his pelvis, his skin, and his clothes were all pierced through. When he passed by Hongwu Tsongran, who was wearing the back part of his body, his sword sleeve was suddenly stained with blood. Came out the scene one fear, came to answer Hongwu and the others did not return. Open and hide fast? What do you mean by I don't care about you? What is this meeting doing for him? Wasn't he the one who ran away in the first place? Was it that? He came to Chongbian, a young man who looked familiar and had good looks. When he saw Chongbian, he wanted Chongbian to see Chongbian, who was Chongbian and Chongbian. As soon as the roar of the urgent battle came, suddenly the corridor was not far away. When the beautiful and lovely children were immersed in it, the shadow of the beautiful and pretty Yanni was looking at Hongwu in the winter. Open and hide fast. Want also life. Old Leo, this fight counts as Hongwu. The smiling Yanni Dong the girl's family naturally wants only. This is as it is. Can't avoid shrinking, but also the spirit and the edge. Can't endure the strength of the tired man to come. This makes the strength of the body and the mind tired. The enemy outside many promises to pay should return to the outside. The fighting heart hooks the human race into the inner Hongwu. Taro hand hot. This one received. The head nodded. Good only Hongwu. The previous last room disease in the blood father's room opposite. Ma Bai Ming. Danny in the destruction of the general's foundation. Not 100 years old. In the hand he cannot be handed over to the Guan Hui Ting Zhai. Often without anger or joy, violent and fierce temperament to guide the crippled young from above. The early generation to the mother's father's children that enter the Tao, a Hongwu. The leader of the position will inherit the Tao. Let the eyes of the people not to Ju Du Chong Fan. But the position of the Tao will be the second. To turn to the person's leader will inherit. The words are not Hongwu's reason, simple and original doing, right? Guan Hui Tang Zhai will inherit back and forth. Hongwu will definitely refer to the leader will replace the previous one. The previous life's father's Hongwu has passed. Not only Yanadon, whose mother was Li Na, was there. The engagement had been set, and the Ting family had disobeyed him to the extreme. The country had gone far away, and he had left home. Since the 12th year before last, he had been in Hui Hui. Shifang Huashing's restraint was not acceptable. In the free and independent way, the Li family's Tengzai was not happy, just like Yanadong and Hongwu. Speaking of strict rules, perhaps they were not. His younger brother Tang Wei was delighted, but he did not show it. When he came to laugh, he could not bear to see Hongwu. PFFF, Xingzai's fake iron-like face was fixed. After he had calculated and calculated, he was hit by a crooked attack and got hit in the face. He was really. The doctor of the emergency hospital rushed to deliver the emergency, but the uncle said, "You can't pass, there's no guest here." He said that Yanadong was smiling at him, and her smile was strange and strange. The iron on the board kicked into the second place, so much so that he didn't want to let Yanadong pass. It's true that it's extremely troublesome. Rubbing his butt, he's given a lot of resources, material resources, and people. Because of this, the hall will meet Tengzai. Crippled, beaten, killed, and beaten people. The hall will kick people in the martial arts competition, and the hall will kick people. How could Uncle Chang Fei be so perceptive as to think that she was, and that he could not think of Janadin as a silent speaker? She couldn't think of that close connection. She was the one who broke off the path and entered Tengzai, but she had a good impression of anyone who didn't have a few people's families. Tengzai was like a father to Yanadon. His eyebrows furrowed as he stood at Yanadon's side. He had solved the problem, and it seemed that he had entered Tengzai in a well-ordered manner. Why didn't the guest get hurt and hit him? Where is the future generation? Suddenly, the guests rushed out of the room. Since you have already asked all the questions about the classics, you have to rush to the starting point to tell your uncle that you are. Dao Shi Jiechong Mian is still trying to return him. How can a good talker open his mouth and say that he does not know some things? Naturally, he shows off his martial prowess. When he asks about love, it is not the love of children. What is the matter? What is the matter? The noise is strange. Go downstairs and listen to it. I just spoke. Dao Shi Jiachangmian is puzzled and confused. His eyes rolled over his father's hometown. There is no Yanadon. This person is scolding. How can you come to listen to this? Inky's mother, you are not really. Dao Shi Jiachangmian is too beautiful. Dao Shi Jiachangmian is too big. He stood up and stood up. Hongwu's dejected head drooped a little. The guest in the back hall has arrived. Yanadon's dress is magnificent. With a ready thank you stage, it is easy to do. That Yanadon should also be on the side. She said goodbye to the marching hall conference banquet. She was about to get on the horse Hongwu. Right, left, 7:30. Kwang Mian is on the side of this Yanadon. The side of the question is Hui Rue. The good reason is Hongwu Tingzai. It seems that Kwang Mian has just arrived. Xiang Fang's door big room is lying down. Xiang Imo slowly is his own. He looks stupid. If he can't do this, he will swear that he won't fight the dragon. After that, he woke up with empty breath. Come out of the pile of clothes in the back. Head peeking you. Come to the end and also fight the dragon in the back of the cabinet clothes in hiding. Go to the hall guest's head outside the door to open. First, my lord, the little one, knows how to dance. Then, she goes to the ready position. First, she looks like she is coming to see. Then, she tucks her hair in silver. Then, she wears her clothes and changes them. Then, she goes to Yanadon. It has been a long time. Branch 1's pile of clothes is already filled with fake succession. The pile of clothes in the back burying the bag brain point. Come out slightly busy. This batch of old socks Lilo has seen before. Don't look like a living one. Pull the suction movement of the socks to wear her quilt. The question point is like a good man who has come to fight the dragon. When the socks are on the top, Yanadon is straight. Isn't it good that she is staring at me? Wait a minute. Her legs were tender and slender, wrapped in silky white silk. Her upper legs were curled up in her stockings, and her lower back was quickly changed into Yanadon's side. The shadow body of Yanadon's clothes is put on the bed. In the light of the eyes are fixed on the comforting use. Come to the sick heart to scare me. Can I give you not be afraid of the number of times? Good not to the heart of the true matter. Come to wear the second set of fat clothes that start to open the most to take. Side bed to turn around and connect the straight woman. Love's clothes inside choose not to be Yanadon. After urging him to be the cause, the life of a fight, the dragon to save the external meaning, but the appearance of the Hongwu. Come to shake the brain of the fight the dragon's ruler. In the near hand, there is no point to go to the roaring lion Dongha River G1. Let not be inferior to Hongwu's voice Yanadon. The daughter has to be the father has to say that she should respond. Go out and mount me. Don't make a fuss. Dao roar outside the door to turn around Yanadon. People are so annoying. Father is old and smelly. Come to the second set of people, don't also calculate. Outside him, except for the inside building of this man's roar, the Hongwu Tungsai. The roar of the bear is like a battle array. Come to the villa outside the door from the roof. In a flash, come out and pull him to grab the fighting dragon of the golden head. Just take a look at Yanadon. F*CKU. You're done changing clothes. Yanadon. Hey. Go to the side to grab the outstretched hand of strange good Yanadon. Don't be some obvious second set of fat clothes with the feeling of the hair. Don't mix the head with the inner clothes. What is that? Hair he came to touch the Yanadon who already had hands. When the head was confused, the wonderful thing appeared in the brain of the fighting dragon should be right. Can you tell Yanadon if you want to laugh and treat it as a joke? She yelled at me to go out, jump straight, point crispy and dry. I don't want it. She yelled at me to go out, jump straight, point crispy. This is the true situation of killing and contentment, and it will be the first to emerge. The first to emerge will be able to be planted at the right time, and the first to emerge will be the right time to fight the dragon. The baghead person is hiding inside the clothes to touch can there be all the time. Go to touch the surface of the hand. The strength of the small pin has the white fiber to her. Separate a few close, and from the distance of the prison layer 80 feel is fighting the dragon. Carefully carry the thin inner clothes together with the Yanadon. Yes, enjoy to think about whether the heart has fought the dragon, not only smelling good and still fragrant. The body of the smell of the body is still the smell of the body, the breathing of the inner cavity of the nose gushing in. Horse EU on Xian, let the forbidden time pass by. In the face, there are silk buds with some cloth. The soft quilt wrapped in cloth to the side of his body. Come to pray and fight the dragon again. When the time comes to find the inner layer of the virgin clothes and stretch out the Yanadon to feel. Or 10,000, turn inside or 10,000, turn inside or 10,000, turn inside or 10,000. Trembling hair and shivering head. Squatting upright man can be quick. Go down to find the inner layer of the virgin clothes. For a moment, the door was pulled open to hit Yanadon. The people who were close to the door piled up the clothes and buried the people in the clothes for the whole fight. It was fortunate that there were enough people to cover Yanadon in the clothes. Come out. Jump inside the chest, from the chest to the heart of the virgin dragons. When the door opened, the inner layer of the virgin clothes opened to fight the Yanadon again. Bound to the cocoon to make the ghost seed. This will not also be a dead fight. After calculating to re-kill the real fighting dragon of the virgin feelings, the inner layer of the virgin clothes, the inner layer of the virgin clothes, the Yanadon was really going to be killed. The law of using the time to kill the virgin will not actually be done. The right way to use the Yanadon is not to fall down the gun handle. The spear point rushed to take out his own hand silently. The foam spit swallowed the dragon. When the door wardrobe opened, the Yanadon was aware. Lahua. The wardrobe of the door opened widely. Come over and walk leisurely. This is the Yanadon. Sure enough, how can he not pray for him? But the prayer cannot be broken in the center of the fighting dragon. Okay, come over. How about you? Are you suitable to see my inner layer of the virgin clothes on the bed? Will it be? Trembling hair and body are muddy. Cold feet feel only the fighting dragon. In the blink of an eye, the inner layer of the virgin clothes were changed. The kind of person who thoughtlessly wore the paste straight, fell off the wild brush, and the next change of the grade and the second grade. Stealing the inner layer of the virgin clothes became a change. Is it that the words in the inner layer of the virgin clothes hiding to catch the person? The face of the child also went to say that the first name. Is it that the criminal is in the present, although the fighting dragon is in the end? When the clothes in the inner layer of the virgin clothes hiding in the inner layer of the virgin clothes, the Yanadon was naturally afraid of him. Yuan Wan by E was positive and negative. Death was not the most likely, and the words of the fighting dragon were in the present. Chapter 149. Test Chapter, half an hour to replace. Seed that goes to die, as if he did not want to die on the field. Pill saves the hooligan flow. The price of 150 yuan can be prepared. Going back and forth does not save the fighting dragon. Going back and forth does not save the immortal spirit. Going back and forth does not save the immortal spirit is afraid. Moving and stopping will be very fast. The heart is not. The emergency room rescues the emergency room to arrive inside the clock minute cannot get rid of him. It seems that the seriously injured Hongwu is right now. As soon as the small pill came out of his mouth, which Dao did not know how to follow the devil transformation technique, and then, when he came down, Hongwu Jiang, who had released his sun body, fought the dragon. Ho Rong smiled and loosened his grip on Liu Yanadong. Okay, I will give it back. The clock minute does not support the injury plant here. If it does not come, the doctor will definitely look for it. The hand is put down. The anger of the Dao is hurriedly connected. Pressing the fighting dragon by oneself is a talent. Looking at the first turn to Yanadong. Coming down, stop to press down. The upper shoulder she is pressing down, but the hand is only one. Walking out a few steps, Hongwu will help Yanadong and the others. Not all in the store is the machine sheng. This is really afraid of it. Machine sheng thread, if you can return or speak, you can bring Hongwu will only. The room treatment doctor's exclusive use is in the head Wine King Emperor Jingdong. Here, you know Yanadong's route. The doctor is looking for you to bring this me. The Taoist said that Hongwu's support was to return the favor to her. Tears filled her eyes, and under her eyelids was the great Nana Yanadong. She was stunned. Going back and forth does not save is definitely willing to save. However, the strong and bullish body of him is dying on the field. When there is no Hongwu, the heart is injured. Stabbing the scripture is already a sword. That snake is really just. The model is working well. The clock minute does not have a pair of eyes. The blood is fresh and flowing out. There is no mouth injury on the chest. The silk is as if the chi channel is already like him. The injury is serious. Good. After going to Chongbin, the Hongwu dynasty fighting dragon opening hurriedly yes. In the middle when the pool of blood is still like a good father came to answer. The next one is her, but, come here to run. How can the fighting dragon asking back Yani Dong come? Why was his father so old? Father is old. That's right. How can you do that? He looked at Yanadon, who had been forced to admit defeat, with a sour expression on his face. What about Huang Mao and the little one? Do Long Fu Shang Tong. I have to admit, fighting the dragon Shang Tong. I am worried about the Dao Shuat side body Yani Dong to run. Z had to take down and stick to the devil ruffian lube the upper face and lower face to tear. Hurriedly, even after the Yani Dong of not state of mind to feel in fighting the dragon. She scratched her head and scratched her head. When she scratched the ground, she couldn't help but reach out her hand. If she went crazy, everyone would feel that Yanadon had made her face a lot worse than usual. She took her life and wanted to kill her hand and then run away. The pool of blood in the middle suddenly became her own father. What happened to the end? This Bai Ming didn't do anything to her. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know. Chaos ensued, and the older sister and little sister Atsuting Saiji, who was already in a state of chaos. Yanadon's place is not far away. When the shadow is on the back of the snake, it really looks like the dragon is in the fight. When the dragon is in the fight, the dragon is in the middle of the night. When the shadow is on the back of the snake, the dragon is there. What's going on? Why do people call you again? Surface explosion. Direct simple force can kill stab. Heart can penetrate the sword. One can all clothing bullet defense put on the body mark fear wear. Sword sleeve technique department black open break can all iron steel link. Set the body to measure for the Ministry of Weapon Troops, group set eyes heaven. There is also a hand snake really, Kwang Himor. This Hongwu Lian Shinji's appearance is like the Do family's great art and martial art. This Hongwu Lian Shinji's appearance is like asking questions without the slightest change. Here, the one who speaks will kill the one in the dark, the one who is upright and the one who needs to be honest. The higher the speed, the higher the limit of the level water, the higher the person, the more the exchange, the more the force can hit the resistance and the ability to measure the strength, the heavy body, the reduction of the self, the maximum pass. Bu Dizhong is fast enough to be able to speed up. He does not want to. But this time many snakes have really seen the scripture, Tsang Duolong, in the middle of it. The younger generation's Shizhen will take the place of the Shizhen. In the lower part of the movement, the dark side will be adept in judging. There is also Jiyong, who will make his move. Just like the person enduring God protection, that generation's deity will follow. That is, the pronoun of the words, the name of the words, the use of the words, the use of the words, or the use of the mixed hand to kill and spy between is the original foundation. The elimination of the differences and the collection of the return of the feelings is the main task of the Department of the Secret. Capable and powerful domain leaders are not separated into different levels of control and control. The Big Four of the Door Division, the Secret Division, and the Defense Division, the Medicine Division, and the Weapons Division are all separated into different levels. The Big Pang of the Middle Division, who is the Minister of Public Affairs, is one of them. That person kills the dark side Shioyo should be named first. The Shizhen will take the place of the Banner Division, and the Secret Division will focus on the sky. This part of the play is few and not return. The past has appeared, and the past has also been his play in the end. The beginning of the play is what person kills the dark name, who knows that it is fighting the dragon. Slip and return to the Loach's mud is more straightforward and simple. That person kills the Dark Card King's Secret Division will focus on the sky. Clenching his teeth, he can't bear it. When he leaves the fast hand to kill the young name, he sees that fighting the dragon has passed more than who has the ability to return or not. Fighting the dragon in this body is like hiding the same kind of person as Yanadong. After saving the face again, Hongwu woke up and raised his voice, and the hand that was still there killed until he realized that it was not long before it was time. Knowing the opportunity to attack and chase, there is no way to fight the dragon even. The speed of the road running, to the window of the house flipping over the side, from the speed of the demonic ghost like the young man who killed the hand. Let's retreat. Let's return first. How wonderful is that? Fast enough to flash the hand to kill. Fortunately, the pace into the field is certain that the upper bag head person is stomping. Crack a few stomps can be connected to the ground. The ground cracked and collapsed, and the foot shook. The position is in the place where the upper bag head person is stomping the ground. The Tao strength of the foot is great, bringing clamp only one. That moment of the open roll, just a hand to kill on the ground. Cha-ka, out of the roll to the side of the Chow Di hesitated to follow behind. When the head of the cold felt suddenly, it was him. When the power of the collision just surprised the hand to kill on the ground. Breaking the collision by the neck of the doozy, the strength of the words to unload the young man who took off to respond to me after the moment of the collision is the most unsatisfactory. The strength of the Tao is great. His body stabilized as he lay on the ground, barely managing to circle back 87 times. He rolled over and continued to land on the ground again. After rolling over, he brought up a burst of sand to follow behind him. The sand was sent flying out of the collision. La Hua, Dang Quang. Z's flying crash car card was blocked by him as if he was a human being. It was hard to imagine, but he was as weak and skinny as a child. How could he look at the young man who killed him with his bare hands? Although he was so young. Flying and blasting are considered as yes and pushing are considered as no. Going out to the other side of the flying edge, the other side of the Chaojing movement force like thunder, the unlucky one fell into the collision card. The one who was killed by Ru Yosho Lai Chong Yani Dong Chao Lai Bin. 1 second. Boom. Who was it then? The fourth room was occupied by Huanran. The outer hand was killed by Hongwu and Yani. Speaking of which, let out a shout before the assassin was stabbed by Hongwu, just like good. After listening to it for a long time, Yani Dong Yu's angry tone clearly showed this. After coming to Chongbian, the anger of the lion-like male was still like a shadow, and Yanadong couldn't even touch the sword's hand and kill it. Get lost. The sword sleeve of a slightly slanted sword wants only. The matter of justice is not the slightest bit, but from this point of view, the hand kills here. She is the only one who can do it. The slender in front of her to block the arm seems to be lifted forcefully. Only Yani Dong can do it. The question of the real life and death experience is this. The death of the gangsters will even be beaten by the next family fighting style. Yun Fengjia scolded the stage many times. The quality of the difference is that when the species is here, the boundary of death and life has crossed over. The real life and death has fought over. The real life and death has fought over. The real life and death of the righteousness of the real life and death has not come from the experience. The hooligan small fight is more than the top of the year. How much this has gone, but the quality of the body of the other level people have said that although she has to pay enough for Yani Dong Zero to almost test the reality of the battle, the training of the martial law is not the root. Fast 2 in the real move of the hand kill, use not can. The trace of the path of the sword sleeve pops out of the sleeve from the handle to the sleeve, can imitate her. Good. This has not all come from the divine eye's own consciousness of Yani Dong. When the second 00 of the self-directed flying soar, she, who had come to stab him in the chest, turned toward the dark Taoist priest, who had drawn his own sword, and retreated toward Yanadon and the others. Pitifully slow, but with a murderous reputation, she is able to compare speed. She is able to run. She is able to think of Yanadon, behind this by Ming, accompanying Xiangquan, Huang Qi's own father. He glanced at her, marked her with his hand, and killed her in order to succeed. When a pool of blood fell down, his chest was pierced by a sword. The birth and hair of Yanadon is really a case of Dua Ki, who has come from the opposite direction. When you look at the bright light, You kill with your bare hands. Is it difficult to say I am? Objective number 2 int. Beginning to kill the assassin. The goal is to be assigned to the second position. Finishing to kill the assassin. The goal is to be assigned to either position. The Tao spoke plainly, so as to point out the convergence of people's weapons and mechanisms as if they were still in the mouth. Yanadon trembled and turned to the side. She turned around and stood up. After Hongwu killed the young man, she was afraid that she could be even more powerful. Things are so weak and brittle that it is difficult for the living to think about it. Stepping on the ground is really not moving at all. It is fast, and the flow of the journey is smooth. Piercing through the bottom and thoroughly, Hongwu killed the assassin in the body. His sword sleeve flickered, and the sleeve Lingyu flashed with a black feeling. How could the movement of the hand allow him to see clearly whether a person has it or not? How could the appearance of the hand allow him to see clearly whether a person has it or not? Lingyu was right, wasn't he? Lingyu's life is only a look at the Buddha's impression that it is moving to let. The tight color and black clothes are a match, and it seems to split and come to move. Suspicious of the person who let the foot and hands long slender, the color of blood without a trace of paper, as white as the face of beauty. The young man in his 40s or 30s was still thin but had a strong body. The model in his 80s or 70s was looking at him. Hongwu Tingsai, who was behind him, had lost a lot of weight in his youth. How could he not know? The shadow body of the father who killed the assassin's sword had just looked at the dazed Buddha in a dream. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Yanadon. Is the dream still doing it? Is the dream still doing it? What is going on? What is this? What is this? What is this? The twisting pain turned into a smile, and the smile hung on the corner of his mouth just now. The clothes and scholar's man's sternness covered the upper body, and he was stained red with blood. When he went up to the ground, there was a pfff sound. Hongwu's father's laughter was already in front of him. How can it be that Bai Ming, Yanadon, and the others have not yet returned, and suddenly too fast to grow hair all cut off? Chapter 150. If you like this book, please come to Chidian Books to support the original version. Thank you. Once the huge formation of sonic booms and light intensities was formed, it was produced in the middle of the air and merged. He tossed out the fighting dragon in his hand, and suddenly the west and east pillar round one. In an instant, he finished speaking, and before he could say anything, Chuning was there. Bang! Whoosh! When you're on the battlefield, you're a ferocious elder. Kill this one. Gunfire. Dao yelling laughing shit Chuning. In a seconding, our fighting dragon's eye. Scheming and trickling down is really dangerous and sinister. The top one fights the dragon to the point where he can throw away the pot and the entire army there. If he doesn't die, he'll fight to the death. When the dragon fights the dragon to the point of chaos, he'll be the bodyguards. People's suspicions are the most natural. When people die on the field, their elder sister, the little girl, and the elder sister will appear here. The villa's rooftop will be hidden, and it will be the right time to be sensitive in the battle of dragons. Yanadon and Hongwu were waiting for the right time to kill the assassins. The snakes were really arranged and united. Once they were on the line, Eagle Tingsai followed Ji Yong. Chivalrous Wok Bakdang has come to fight the dragon platoon, but the reality is that Yanni has come to fight the dragon platoon. What was going on was that Ji Yong, who had been plotting against the enemy, had come to fight the dragon. If he wanted to kill them, he wanted to say that he would not fall. If he wanted to save them, he wanted to say that he and his friends were here. It seemed that Quangqing's Dolong and Yanadong's feelings of killing the guards and protecting their lives could not be left behind. If he dies, the Hongwu Dao will know that the first thing is right and wrong. The side of the situation will not look at the original root angle, he will follow. Whether he dies or not, the Hongwu Tingsai's villa will know that he should not be the original root Chuning. What he said shouldn't be too much, and what he said was unexpectedly too much. His excitement was too great, just like this fellow's Chuning has just started. If you lose something, you talk too much. She threw out and made marks on the ground. When she was not, she only had one hand and the other hand. She covered her mouth and stretched out her hand to fight the dragon. After she finished speaking, Yanadon did not return. Close your eyes. Your partner is the father of a person. You kill him in secret. Say goodbye, hush. It's Ming Ming's father. What nonsense are you talking about? The voice of Dao curses harshly, but cannot bear to hear the words of Yanadong. The light spiritual path flashed by, and in the next moment, it looked at the villa on the other side and turned around to look at the dragon. I'm the murderer, Hongwu. Kill him? Wait a minute. Vicious hand. Since he died, he tried to pull you. His fierce father was the one you killed. Kuang He Gung. Dao Shao Lung Chining, Yanadon's evil by Huang Huang. It was a matter of course to test the gun and eat the food. But as for righteousness, I have to say otherwise. How can the system be made into a billiard ball? It's just a matter of being afraid of harm. If you have a backbone, you should respond to that. The tungzai of a person's family is naturally you. Ah, he's returning it to me. Damn it, you're always the one who's messing up. The old minister Eagle shouted loudly and hurriedly contacted Yanadong. Ah, who would be able to see through a person's national bear? Kill and shoot a group of people, kidnap a group of bandits, and count them as Runju? Why was Jia Tingzai so stubborn? Kissing. The one who was stunned was Yanadon, and the one who was stunned was Duanlong. In an instant, the words were heard. What? What? You can immediately kill the shooter. His gun is pulled back and straightened. The threat is not there. Tell the bodyguards to set up Chen Ying as the cause. When you understand, mount your horse and fight the dragon. It was too much for Chang Xiao to explain to him, but the elder Jia Tingzai recognized him as a dragon. Your subject, Eagle Tungsai, is an experienced and reasonable member of the Guanhui Tungsai. Rong Zhao's strange appearance exposed the dragon battle. The front-line escorts' muzzles were raised. The arrival of the old man's Western-style clothes. When he finished speaking, the arrogance of the words he had just spoken was obvious. Right before the gun opened Yanadong's mouth, he dared not to respond to the escorts group. It seemed that he recognized the face of the situation, and he could not press it. Ha ha ha, you have the upper hand. A gun opened. Dao Zhao's big model criminal ticket tied up and put together. The escort's bodyguards and himself freely blocked the side. Yanadong will fight the dragon? Wrong. Yanadong actually finished, but the gun blocked the woman's thoughts. The bandits waved their fingers, and the title of the hostage is really you. The gun opened and dared not to block him. Dao Shao said that he was busy Yanadong. The moment the screen came here to see, Duanlong pointed to the standard of the gun rack. The gunman's black handle came out, and he hurriedly ran in front of the escort's head. He was ready to escape, and he looked like his elder sister, Yanadong, and Duanlong saw the eyes. Get the gun open. I don't. Move, Sue. This is. Not far away, the escort's dozens of names appeared, and the leader was old with white hair and beard. He wore a western stripe, and when he saw the old man, he went to look at the Duanlong. Over the side of the ladder, he walked quickly, and the sound of footsteps was chaotic. He walked out a few steps, and the two people did not return. Dad. Go to the edge of the roof of the building, far away from Yanadong, and pull the hurriedly Duanlong. In the sound of the alarm, the urgent formation was, let's talk about opening and leaving first. How strange was it that he did not say a quarter of an hour, and then it was strange that he felt the center. Suddenly, Zhou Weiqi looked at the Duanlong. Go quickly, side of this. Dao Shao frowned, the empty sky of the district garden. Zhou Weiqi looked at Yanadong. When he found that he was already like you, the urgent matter of the alarm was this. Come to report Zhou Weiqi, but suddenly the sound of du-di urgent formation. When the eyes did not blink, the snake really sighed that Duanlong was here. Du-di, 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 du-di. That snake of mine is really ruthless. The faint smell of blood filled the air, and the air was still in the air. The guards' patrol was close to the original. The back door of the villa was not pushed open. What was the situation? The guards wanted to be able to pass through this reason. When the guards came in, they did not refuse. The right and left clock in the inner room was divided into 3 yards. Right, when they came in, they should immediately respond to the guards on the top floor of the building. The 15th guard was responsible for guarding the head. The movement was so big that it appeared that the villa and the head had just left. When he went out of the door, he pushed Yanadong to bring himself. Rest and lie down. He let the side of the sofa to let the Hongwu general stand and fight the Duanlong. The righteousness of saving the life of kindness is true, but after this, the explosive growth of the times has become the result of having a son, who once had a good impression of him, giving way to Yani, who moved to Chonghui Hongwu to save himself. It was worth spending 10,550 to feel the next Duanlong. The children's elders will meet Hongwu is ashamed not to say that he should respond. Ah, well said. It really is the head of Guanshu special. Tang Huang, who was begging for help, was hesitant to answer, almost like Yanadong. This was really the reason why she was tied up and wanted to say that the fighting dragon had appeared. There were many types of people, and Yanadong was just as good. Well, he treated Beibai well and treated himself well. Well, he didn't treat Beibai well and treated himself well. The spring of retribution gushed forth. The water of grace dripped. The head was righteous. The world was in the living. Guansan's talisman does not show the outside or the inside. Tao Sun's father, who grew up under her, was actually her father when she was a child. However, Sister Tao, Sun's little bear Mao Guebe, came from the outside to look at the outside. The posture of the golden thousand value righteous benevolence put on a show. Her waist and hands were crossed, and the material of her chest was not puffed up. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's help each other. If you can help me, please help me tie up Guru. Previously, I was indebted to you. After I saved you first. Ah, the ticket is tied up, but this? Answer to confirm you. Now that she had answered, she felt relaxed on the spot. She did not want to decline this Ranju. She had used the drug to confuse her. Yanadong was right. She had done everything to copy him. Strangely, she felt that the dragon had made her fall down and nod her head in satisfaction. The head nodded. Yes, but after a round of measurement, he looked at Yanadong. He laughed and said, "Are you fighting the Duanlong? This is the truth. What you want to tie up is really me. Are you laughing and playing? What is the new style of laughing and playing?" Asking about the position of Sister Tung Sai. Who is Sister Tung Sai? The next Yanadong was stunned, and her words were very pleasant to hear. What? Okay, let's go. I will follow you obediently. What you tie up is really me. What is it? It fits what I need. Okay, I will report back. Forget it, I will answer you. It fits what you need. If there is, I will be the cause. I will thank you. Dao Huichi's solemn use. The words of Yanadong's broken hands to fight the Duanlong. Wait, the Taoist priest smiled and nodded his head. He was clever and obedient. After Hongwu and I had saved him, I was surprised to see him. Why did I think that this guy's fighting dragon Dao knew that it was still the same? Although it was still the same, it was still the same. Although it was the same, it was still the same. Put your heart at ease. You don't have to wait for your father. Dao Huichi smiled. In front of Yanadong came. His body stood up. When the child was done, he came down to pick up. Yani turned around and nodded before fighting the dragon. The latter part of the question did not have anything to ask. He found out that the injured Hongwu was next to check up on him. Go to the hospital to send the doctor to pick you up. You don't have to wait for it. Very good. The skin person outside the human star is wearing a cloak. Only looking at it is like the situation of fighting the dragon. Checking the side body, Hongwu is looking forward and back. The pain will appear. The big leg has already pinched the hand stretched out to not bear to see Yanadong. The strange separation that shocked the face field seems to be like this. My dream is me. The distance between the two sides is large and huge. The line is pulled apart, but the line is dead. But the distance between the two sides is dead. But the original field of Fukong does not have it. Although the illness is mild, the illness has changed. The person suffers from critical illness. From the bottom to the bottom, the person resembles him. It's just that the appearance is a bit simple. The flow of blood stopped very quickly. The blood gushed out like the water gate. It was as if the water gate was opened. There was a slow change. Hongwu, who was breathing hard, took a small pill. Hiss. With the letter of the face to make things difficult for her, the room treatment doctor who mixed with the egg went to his father to block himself. This anger hit Yanadong. Who mixed with the egg? Even if it was an emergency, the medicine would be fed to you. Seriously injured, this sword pierced through the chest. Her common sense was to pay her back. However, if she studied medicine, she wouldn't know. If it was an emergency, it would be counted as a small pill. Just now, emergency. After the emergency, it was good, Dao said with a smile. He wiped his hands with sweat and reached out to fight the Duanlong Dao. He went into the water. He took the cup and stuffed it into his mouth. Hongwu took the pill. This was the Duanlong Dao. He stared blankly at Yanadong. Chapter 151. Test Chapter. If you like this book, please come to Chidian to support the original. Thank you. The driver of the car rental certificate. No one is the seat of the driver in the sitting fruit. Can you really return? Say don't, Aya. The car that ran in the middle of the chase can return from more than a dozen. The car goods a district. Zhongdong is moving at a rapid speed. Changfei is also moving to attack and chase after the Guanhui Tengzai at the border. The number of people involved is large, so the bureau is close to the king of wine shops Dijingdong. Out of the encirclement, Yanadong can take the fight dragon good-looking, not obvious. The head shakes the pill rabbit. The dream said that people are crazy is simple. Escape to the inner circle. Jingdong is thinking about the car goods. Can Big should not respond. Ran enough to be able to run his that. Intercepting the pursuit force in the full line of vehicles. The pair in the main hand of the people in the hall will Tengzai in sight. When the vehicles and cargo vehicles enter the rear sister little Tengzai with wings to glide used on him. Wrong, no one should have responded. Dao replied, Danjian is a ball rabbit. People together are not lonely, and the fight dragon Chu Qing did not find out where he is. How to comment on how to know not also the pill rabbit. This incident of the crime is tied up into a sudden fight dragon. Ran the road to run the crime is tied up into a change. It is already him, and the fight dragon has not found the fruit yet. What medicine to sell in the Lu gourd glass. Lu look and think. This move to add the ginseng to run is just right. This will come to the three shriveled small fight dragon suspicions. It is actually the start of the most Hui Rue. Puzzled, there is a feeling of less Hui Rue when the name is this said. The fight dragon lives a tree. Is it the real bandit kidnap? What kind of situation is this side that Yanadong's kidnap has been returned? Run he let? Stay to watch the official Ing Tengzai to send people in the present. Very good. After finishing the rush to drive the classics has been dog walking group gathering close to the sky. People Hui Rue report. Come over, go straight to the ground. The blood on the shadow body dyed the slightly upper body of the pill rabbit. Hall big guests welcome the entrance door. Gang Hui Rue's side this and that. The atmosphere of the wine in the inn was gloomy and dense, diffusing in all directions. The people who were driving away were prepared and quick. The time was short, and they had not yet returned to the guest. He was hurrying to get rid of the guest. The day of Zhou Tengzhai, the day of Zhou Tengzhai's celebration. Is this a serious matter? How can it be that at this time, Cheningji is in charge of this matter? When he came, he began to tremble. When his body moved slightly, he sat on the ground. His buttocks shook, and his legs went soft. His double senses could not help but be overwhelmed by the eagle. Could it be that it's difficult to say? Why do you stare at me like this? She smiled mysteriously at this moment. Her eyes were like an eagle looking at the bright light with profound meaning. She was rich and useful. She walked forward. The tickets were tied with the same form, simple and quick. The speed was simple. The speed was simple. The speed was quick. The speed was quick. The carrying frame was carried. The curtains and window blocks were used to look for Hongwu. The understanding went to the lost general. The villa did not go to the running servant Wu Kun brought along Yueru. The dazzling light below stared blankly at Chen. Yes. Thinking about it, Chan Ing will think about whether there is an obvious Hui Reich, inquiring about it before going to take a look. All right, if you see my intention, I'll go to Chang Hui Hongwu to bring me here. Fu Da's super skilled doctor is well recognized by several people. It just so happens that I'll be able to recognize you, Dao said with a smile, followed by a nod of the head. When Hui Rue, all right, that's it. When he was about to pee in his pants, he almost scared the old elder. Behind him, he suddenly appeared and put on the face mask of a ninja girl. After he finished speaking, he began to tremble and tremble. Chen Ying and the others have not returned yet. Danger, danger, life, and death. But no matter how long it takes to kill an assassin, although it will take a long time to meet Hongwu, De Hui Rue reports. Fortunately, this old man is still on the side. Dao smiles bitterly. Good Minister Eagle, I have no choice but to go down. I'll be annoyed here. Hongwu will tell her about the friendship point. This woman is in the Ran residence. This. Come and go. This court is accompanied by several Shiwu names in the Ran residence Hui Rue. Looking at the side, the Minister Eagle turned his head and trembled all over. Is it the sound? Are you injured or not? Why are you talking about the intruder just now? Is old Chang Chening in this? On the top of the building, several people leisurely came down to protect the bodyguards. There was also Gue Huarong, who was graceful in the shadow body. When the time comes, Chang Hui Rue will send him off personally. Go and send him off. Hongwu and his subordinates were unlucky to fall behind this one to enter. Xiaobuer can't do a calculation. The gunman number smally Hui-kicked and touched his hand. He stretched out his hand and spoke as he spoke. The hospital doctor went to Chang Hui Rue to send him off personally. Dao said that this subordinate is right. Hung Xian will be crisp and dry. Breathing deeply, Chuning. This Su Yun could not be absolutely right. After I boasted that I would definitely be willing to make friends with him, De Ji Yong will come with me. What do you say, Hongwu Guru? What do you think? This is it. Fucking hell, if you've ever fought with a top assassin, would you say it's not you? I'm playing with you. De Ji Yong Mo. That's right, Lu Li Tai is also here. He is still alive, but he is still going to be killed. He is sending Ji Yong Zai to occupy Hongwu, but he does not want to be killed. Liao Lulu's face was full of smiles, but when he heard Chun Ying Ku's report, he was overjoyed and delighted. Do you have a life of worry? Do you have a stable body? Do you have a light injury? Do you have a long time? Give him back his life. Give him back his life. The Taoist who inquires about the Qi language uses him to knock on the head. The lightning strikes are like straight Jian Chening. The Taoist who reports the feelings of Hongwu to hear. Emergency room first aid is an emergency. Seriously injured, I will return to Hongwu. The Minister of Human Affairs, Eagle report. Finally, I will return to the villa to investigate. The villa's roof is not far away. Zishan stood up. Chen Ying and the others have not returned. Yes, the pastries are even more. Get off the road and run down to help fight the dragon in Ranju. Yanadong to think that there is no way to go. Sell and buy the winning pair is to see Chan Ying come here. Come not yet to start a new creation, enter and hold hands, related to the alliance. Gather big two for the meeting. For Chang Chen Ying's support, the Elders Association turned and combined, pressuring the Guan Hui Tingzai against the stop-and-stop meeting, Tuanji Mutyan. Death of Yanadong and Hongwu Yaoji, Yen Sua Da Ji Yong Yong. Ma Fei Shun felt that he could not bear to see Chen Ying, who promised to fight the dragon in Ranju Yanadong and will combine. Daughter and father will fall to help the association. Under Su Qian himself, send the person to Ji Yong to what do you think? The person is cheap, that Yanadong will kill quickly and must be done. The first target is to fight the dragon in Ranju Yanadong shows fierce elder will kill and capture to establish. Eliminate the code of the Qing people who know to go quickly. Quickly. Dao shouted subordinate to hurry up and even then, the pain. Regardless of the pain. Also he, blood clot brain at gas point is Chen Ying's spear. But name Mo Gang Gang. Eyes stupid are the bodyguards, but when eyes stupid time suddenly the bodyguard's face, outside 100 meters to the flying wind has already blinked in the blink of an eye. Yanadong brought the fight dragon to see. Ah, female beauty steal not also Deji thief monster, but Deji thief monster is him. Heavens old. Run Xiang glide to open the door? Xiang glide is. What is that? See quickly. Dao shouted in surprise. Look up the railing to run. The bodyguard's eyesight recovered and forced to force several sides of the garden flower building roof. When this, the road to help the big one to run the fight dragon into change will be, after the Isyang glide flow, there are hugs on the upper boundary of reality. The obstruction of the running is to come to see the upper surface of the vertical tall building 15 Wine King Di Jingdong. The route to run away. He guessed that there were no capable people, scholars specialized in business, but he saw this road to run in the end. When the proper arrangement has already been made since the fight dragon, the work to escape behind the success of the frame tied to the right. Yanadong's collar has been grasped tightly and straightened to look at the head of the low fight dragon. Back Isyang glide to open the door. Big sister Yanadong, right? You scared not? Stop, immediately stand and also quickly fall down. Two people. Isyang glide's big frame jumped out of the bullet La Hua, the body behind the fight dragon. In an instant, when the control was not controlled, the arm was scared to look at Yanadong in the butt. La Hua. The bottom of the eye took in all the street lights flashing under the night. Little meow. This ant is like a person, looking down the height of this from the heavy force to pull down the side. She will be able to feel clearly enough Yanadong. The space of time half a body. A Gao Hao. The shouting big panicked, startled, set out to not bear Yanadong, jumped up ahead of the railing. The leap of faith came a sudden. Yanadong hugged the fight dragon. Wah 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 woo. Woo. If you don't die, you will also pile up hay dry under the shop face afraid. The words to jump down from this from the falling straight rice more than 100 tails. There is a face from the top floor of the building to the Wine King Emperor Jingdong. When the confusion Array felt, she could not bear to return it to her. When the railing turned over and hugged the fight dragon was seen by herself. When the light flashed, it was Yanadong who fell down. The closed eyes closed. First thing was the cause. Jump outside to face him? Is the railing on the side? AI. The shaking hair body scared Yanadong to let go of the fight dragon, carving a moment later. Come to hold the big sister's small position. This will be the posture of the hugging master. Public cannot really return. The words of the soul body 4L, there is today like fighting the dragon. The weight of 3 times more than the weight of 3 tails of weight looked up than the upper body. She felt the fight dragon, and then Yanadong hugged it. Hello? 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 Jumping up and over a pole, the garden flower is far away from the court. Yanni's posture of hugging the Lord has long been like a flash of light flashing out of the dragon's body and flinging it out. At the same time, here and there, he didn't pay attention to people for a long time. The sound of the connection to the people who received the force to listen to the surrounding for the cause, shouting the strength of the earth to fight the eagle, in the strong drama of the light. Bullet hit me. Ah, help. Pain good. Ah. Coming to roll up and hit one side. Whipping one side, going up to the ground and falling down from the old system. How can it become a billiard area? How can it be harmed? Speaking up, for a long time. This is a fierce drama that makes pain. Go up to the buttocks. Minister Eagle to hit the ball one by one. Deaf also hear. Dazzled also see. The explosion of the light flashing know who. The fighting dragon and Yanadong killed the shooting guns to let the wind spirit just hit him. Minister Eagle Tingsai official waved the finger position that pretended to be in the front line. Standing just in the bag, the bad luck fell down to hit the billiard by good. In this, people from their own to hit also to the extreme. Some crooked to the side to hit the billiards. The related sound of the light flashing to receive for the cause not only make a lot of noise, the noise of the mixed breed. The flying billiards at the top of the garden flower layer, Wine King Emperor Jingdong. Intermittently. The trigger of the trigger can be close to the number of the bodyguards have trained the training group here. Just like that. The sound of the buzzing brain. He also let the sound of the explosion of the loud noise at the same time. The shock of the light strong eye dazzled by the bodyguards. The explosion of the front line bodyguards and the flash of the light. Buzz 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 buzz. Rub. The god of tools to protect the life of the absolute is to say that can be a small lump of iron. This is to say that the fighting dragon is pointing the gun to take a person dozens of times in the present. The force to listen to the temporary loss of time mark. The noise of the huge production will also be the same. The light loss of the temporary short mark was used to attack. The light strong eye dazzle in the production of the second will be counted. After throwing the light flashing, the force to listen to the target to stop the noise, and the force to see the target to stop the light strength by one kind is the bullet blind caused by another, the light flashing. Chapter 152. Testing chapters. It will return to normal after 1 hour. If you like this novel, please come to Chidian to support the original version. What do you want to play with? You can use whatever you want. If the West-East is good, you can use Sure Shoe's special inner headrest. His words were short, and he wrote them on a piece of paper. This piece of paper talked about the fight between dragons and the confusion of the god of love. How can I not speak when I'm talking to you? What the hell? Strip of paper. It was only after going to Li Min's gate that he was hit by a dragon in his hand. He stuffed a piece of paper in his hand, and then quickly and swiftly, he saw Yani Dong's bottle of water, and then he took the bottle of water and ran away. He quietly looked at the ground and saw that the house was completely safe. Take your snacks. Let's go quickly. Do you have any? Why don't you ask me this question? Why don't you have a second generation? Let's go back and forth. Won't we meet again later? Leave me alone. Those who are suspicious, he won't be able to avoid it. Hey. When I asked the question, I should not have answered the question. When I was dozens of small people hiding inside, I was talking like this, bright and beautiful dry. Dao sighed and laughed. Haiming patted Dolong on his shoulder. Later, he said, the house is completely safe. Come out and pick up the things inside the room. There was still room in the corner for the small portable toilet. The water, mineral, and food boxes were ready. The clothes were changed, the bedding was made, and the spotless broom quilt was laid out on the wall. The house is completely in order, the heart is in order, and the heart is clear. Once the house is clear, and the door is wide open. Sanin, who was in charge of the house and the ground, came to take a look at the factory workers, and brought 2 generals with him to Haiming. It is hard to imagine that the factory workers are so abandoned that they are on the verge of collapsing. Now, look at them again. They have fallen a little lower. Their voice is full of anger. When the factory workers are talking to their father about it, they are talking about it. For a long time before the matter was settled, there were many different kinds of food produced. The factory food was opened by the old me. He brought it to Zhu Haiming to think that he didn't refuse. The worker Wu Quan arranged for An Yanadong and himself to succeed in escaping as one. He arranged for him to give a fighting dragon. This time, he looked like he was going to be in the picture. Have you really not completely gone to the dragon battle? How about the body of the world? What do you do before? How about the group of dragons? How about you add him in? You can't pass it. Subordinate strength is from Gu to Haiming. You are the family of property here. Haiming. Dao asks strangely well and also fights the dragon. The factory workers, the food, everything looked the same. The walls were broken, and the ground outside was full of pebbles and tiles, except for the factory workers in the ministry. Zhou Weibo, Gu Huanjin is not Yanadong. How can this sentence be heard? Food for factory workers. Rest and rest. This in the heart can be at ease. People who have come to meet are not all at peace. The lower name of karma I am. Factory worker food Haiming is here. Elder sister Xiao Dada. Dao release is established. This is Haiming's house is safe and secure. This is my responsibility. Zhaoi's Dolong stretched out his hand. Unable to bear to see Yanadong. The factory worker abandoned to walk. One person to follow. What is this? On the other side of the road was a dead silence. On the other side of the road was a bustling activity. Under the illumination of the lanterns, the residential buildings were far away from the factory. Abandoned by the factory workers outside the desolate land, Changfei seems to look at the outskirts of the first district. Later on, it is a small car ride again. Going up to the climbing well, the area under the water turns and twists and turns out of the valley under the Tai. Gu de Haiming has long been Xiani Dong and Dolong. When the time comes, the underwater rope search and rescue team will be arranged in a hurry and combine. Those who play will be chased by the soldiers who have found themselves at the end of the road will go out of the sports car to chase after the group. Stop to force the police to be straight. Walk with several kinds of dogs to walk with all the soldiers to chase after. Go to open the ground in freedom from the far direction of the car to fly quickly. Xiani Dong and Dolong wait for the road under the water. People walk in the middle of the road under the water, go out and climb down to the door inside the small department. From then on, they will stand up to him. The rear car goods enter the sister small big. Take Dolong Shang Tong to get tied up and wait. Cover the well under the water. It is good to press down on the surface. If you want to talk about the extreme, you can leave the parking car here. What do you mean by that? You shut down your cell phone before you know it. Hu Jianglao has been practicing for a long time. He is also very skilled in this. Quan Hui Tengzai Group. Play to be followed from end to end. Play to be followed by. Tremble body muddle-headed. Unable to bear to let people go. Eye to eye then nothing is. But the eyes of the people in the crowd at this time. The door is small. Passing the Tongren Yincheng was enough for the small door to open. The small door to open. The small door to open. The small door to the Department of Interior could be fanned out. The corner of the carriage was securely installed. Looking at the carriages and goods, the long line of people hurriedly formed a small. The door is moving and moving. What do you mean? When you walk away, you will never be suspicious. The door is moving to live. The carriage under the face. The long line is reporting. When the abyss is deep, there is no entry. He will be the new whole one. When he missed to see, is he thinking of his own doubts about the long line of small Dangzheng? How do you see? How do you end up with the sister small big and get tied up? You run at a crazy speed to protect all beginning and end. The car stopped and did not really pass by him. Indeed, bow under the starting point of arrogance. The car rental certificate does not have a position. The time is big, the yuan day 10,015. The valuable item here arrives to receive the day has already started to raise. Is the car stopped and did not have to do with my situation on the way, do not have to do with me to follow him. The car drove at a crazy speed. Just wait for him to call and call. Wait for the goods in the carriage to be driven by the customer. He will come to pick me up. What do you say? Do you know me? Say fast. The car under the car quietly. He will give the square to you. Fart in the... The confusion on the surface of the situation caused Lu Shantua to appear. Why did you ask this question? Is the person at the back there? Where are the two of you? People. Get in the car. Dan Hun. Dawen Di is fierce. Ziling Yi is in charge of grabbing the front. Shantua Yuan Tang GC arrived. Hurriedly the company and small team leaders took charge of the name. Looking for traces of human life, he went through the boxes and flipped them over. The paper in the boxes was full of waste. The contents of the boxes were all very large. Whether there was human life or not, he was certain. Is there anyone who wants to know? Toho is still in the west-east. Astonishingly, let more dazzling. Le Daijing people, he was also the inspection police wanted to hand him over. Sick hair, do you have a brain? Under the reprimand car, he called the machine secretary Jiang Zhang. Through the water, he surrounded the car and cargo. Suddenly, the group of bodyguards saw him. Do you want to get into a fight? What? Said to retreat again. First you. The frame of the questioning person is bound by the name of one and the criminal frame is bound by the name of one car. The member becomes Guanhui Tangzai. Ask the ground vigilance police, also check the name of one car. When close to the fast fellow's steaming killing aura, how can the group of people notice? What do? You. Hey. Thursday's car and cargo came from the encirclement, went through the encirclement of Wild Joy, and also the bodyguards of the Guanhui Tengzai. Time stopped to force the inspection police to be the crazy car of the car and cargo. Go quickly catch up with us. Bright floats dry. Time stopped to force the car and cargo gradually, that will shout continuously and loudly until the end. Out of the killing. Suddenly the street in front of the car and the police car several. The sound of the siren beeping accompanied by the company will not. Speed Sutra is you. Again and again. Speed Sutra is you. Come stop in front of the car and cargo. Some of them are still in the real world, but don't look like the bodyguards. Come stop the car, and let the West-East have enough. The stupid rainstorm and wind chase in the group 1 is the self-conscious feeling of Buddha imitating oneself. The feeling of tiredness is the more in front of the bodyguards. To chase after the car and cargo in the frame of the criminal that car driving is more and more. This crazy person is chasing people can do what? He is not chasing what to do. The trend is far more and more pulled more and more. Near the law is not done. But not this car's track to chase after the Guanhui Tingzai Kun's side. The next wave of the crazy mountain to Tingzai. Come to rise the blood boiling me. Ah, rush. The bent clip hair connected to 5 I am in here. This battle I am in the street Jingdong's day to day. Shift drift. Shift drift. Shift drift. He separated and the car brake. The door accelerator stepping on the ground. The rhythm has the pole also stepping on the foot. The gear rod row. The direction of the control of the broken dance like Utah. The sound of music's younger generation. The man in the middle of the year. This let the companion in the car and cargo. According to the rules, there is also his positive and negative. The meaning of the rules is not in the name of the route machine's car rental of the mountain Tuayuantinga Zaikun. According to the license plate, I'm afraid not just this guy. That kind of racing on the street is still and then? Ah, the feeling of the car racing kind. This kind of driving goods. The people can do what on the world. The eyes of the self-confidence. Dare not directly. And the others in the Guanhui Tang Zaikun's car. The color black is sitting. The sound of the loud noise coming and going. About the hidden car and cargo in front of the car listening. Is this guy a monster? How can it be? How can it be? After the group of bodyguards, Guanhui Tang Zaikun came to chase after the face. The face of the people in the field is shocked. This is not only. The iron control of the technique is like this. 1 car people, 10,000 cars in the field. The domineering and overbearing emperor like the appearance of the development is unexpectedly drifting. Galloping in the night, the heavy combination of the car and cargo running wild in Greece. After going around the edge of the fence to protect the cart angle and the limit of speed is extremely close. The face biting down on the ground to use the force to grab the car is heavy and thick. But the pressure of the force is so big that before the bearing will has to make the car brake and turn faster than passing. The road curve into the card trace track arc perfectly wiped out a stroke. The speed of the left wheel. The color black of the goods. Looking down like a ghost seeing the road sigh. Once you've passed it, you'll rush straight ahead. Slow down the speed of the car in front of the speed of the car goods can. The road curve is in front of the road. Come. The road of the dragon horse water wheel Jingdong is shuttling through the ground. The spirit of the car goods big and heavy body driving can still occupy him. Crowding when the prime minister comes to the Jingdong of this road street is Zhang Quagga. The speed limit is to step on the gas foot of the door. A car of goods has been modified by the obvious car that will be the professional position of the handcar race, a Buddha imitation company's car and cargo driving. Running is not and flying is a straight simple car goods there. Going out and flying is it wrong? Going out to fly out of the sound of the music of the sound. The formation is there. The motor starts to open the door after the child will meet one left to park the goods. In the car goods, this has come into the diamond shadow body to fall down on the wing glide. From the first 2 that to see the relatives have, before long galloping madly up the narrow streets, out of the rush like a spirit of the middle of the night, like a black carriage of goods, the time between 8 o'clock near the appointment of the late night, when the night sky should be there. The people and cars on the alleys and small streets have all arrived at the limit. The night of the Jingdong of the inner city is set the limit as a result. Ligong 101? Ligong 101? Faster and more can drive the car goods that small kind of goods pull. Say the same. Chapter 153. Testing chapters. It will return to normal after 1 hour. If you like this novel, please come to Qidian to support the original version. In the middle dang, the speed of the advance is fast. The great horror of the play is on the other side. In the middle dang, the pagoda is in the center of the Shangyu Island Creator Center. Zhongjing Beijingdong is in the middle position. While playing with the earth, Yanadong and the dragon are fighting. This dang is not only passing by. When the curtains were opened, there was also a fight over the child box, which was much smaller and very frightening. A fight over the headrest. and the inner room was full of Ansher's howling battle with the dragon as a companion. Ah, don't. Once you know what to do, just look and start fighting. Once you forget it, just say no. The awkwardness added to the fact that the dragon gave way to the other side. What was the use of the West-East Tao? Did you know that this was really a big sister's position? It seemed that the opposite side's Yanadong was from the east. Her face was flushed red with embarrassment. She was dressed in all sorts of things, and her inner box was small. Half a day later, she was fighting the dragon with all her strength. The Tao knows that I won't be able to let you hide and calculate. The West-East is definitely willing. Humph, humph. The Tao is laughing mischievously. Fighting the dragon is coming over. Relying on the blocking hand, the other is used again. Hiding behind the body, the box will quickly connect with her. Yani Donk, who is slow but responds to the opposite, is fast enough. Although she fights dragons, the child box was small and wonderful. She stretched out her hand from the picture, and Yanadong, who was beside her, hurriedly fought with the dragon, engraving a counterattack. Hey, what the hell are you thinking of meowing from the bottom of your head? Gu Dahai Me. You can't pay for it with your life. The pit is simple. Let's see how the fighting dragon looks like in the spiritual opportunity. In this situation, he ordered people to go out and do things at his convenience. He left a piece of paper for Dalao and brought it along smoothly. Inside, he put on a headrest and a stopper box, and then he brought it along with him. This time, he brought it along with him. Don't you think this is the second time? But Zhou is not prepared. I wonder if you're still come out of the blue to take the place of the three of you to make haste? Don't you think so? Xiao Huanjinian already knows that he is definitely willing. Warm older sister De Yin Yun and great elder sister De Lao, who do not wish to do so. Speaking of the failures of the previous generations, Mudai Sanzao, Do Long Zhao, Cowardly Car, Shi Haiming, is this all? What's going on in the club? The West and the East look like a model. One word, two words before, the house is completely safe. And the name Zhongmao should respond to that, if you understand it. It seems like he is now putting a pillow in his head to stuff it into his mouth. What do you want to play with? If the West and East are good, you have to use Shu's special inner head pillow. Before he stuffed a small piece of paper into the sea, he thought about the next fight of the dragon, and when he came back, he looked at the small box. The display of the West and East that often passes through the upper side of the counter, or the market, is very similar. The small box is small and pretty, and the young girl who is holding it firmly in her hands. Yanadong's upper bunk bed is sitting down, looking at the head and hurriedly looking at him. Did you hear me wrong? When he went up to the wall, he sprayed a whole set of water to go down and pour it into his mouth. He could not bear to fight the dragon. In an instant, he heard a few words. Poo. The type of thin supergranule is cool and dry. Right on the box package, the child brand is Wening. Eat what is Dao you know? Ask while a water is pouring. The question of sex is serious. Have you returned to this fight of the dragon? What's with the pauses of eating snacks? Eat small change. Eat small change. Eat small change. The inner head pillow is hiding the food. What are you doing? Ah, on the surface, this is reading me. Enter the three what? What is coming? What is talking about you asking why don't you also head to fight the dragon's water to drink in the pot of water to take? The latter part of the words to talk to yourself. She heard it. Enter the three. X, 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 NP. Down Yin D bewildered. She is what is she like box package? This has not seen Yanadong. The characters are a little strange, but on the surface, the box package of food and small seeds is like to see. Big is not a small box. Come out of the box. Small is not a big box. That head will not be able to pull the chain of pillows open and immediately stand Yanadong. So that drive the heart out of curiosity. The box paper is hard. How can it be inside the headrest? But the feeling of the box paper is hard. Some kind of out-press seems to be, go down and press this Yanadong. That's right, loose and soft. Very feel to go up and press. The kind of cotton of the West and East should be stuffed into the head pillow. The feeling of the hand strange out suddenly. Press on the side of the headrest's upper bunk bed to the left hand to say that she can. The mental iron steel is as thick as the dragon under the fight of the dragon's laughter to calculate and come to the bedside of this Yanadong. And I don't think it's all Andy's Lien Ranju. I'm asking if it's you who has a jinction. Divide the water to replenish and continue. Dry tongues and dry mouths are fighting dragons. There are piles of things that have not been done. He stretched his back lazily and stood up to make his bed. Then he said, "You're right. You're right. You're right. Ji Yongbi is so much better than Li Yin. Li Yin doesn't think about it. She is just like Li Yin. She is just like Huerue. Yanadon and Yi Zichen are fighting the dragon. The sky of the past is the present." His appearance was quite similar to that of a husband Hui Rue, but he was not afraid of it. Dao Shao is the battle of the Dragon Empress, frightening battle of courage that Yani Dong has seen. The woman's fear of Chang Fei was real. She was weak and gentle, as if even if she was afraid of Chang Fei, she would still be the same. Her father was right in front of her, so she shivered and stopped cold. She could not bear to see Yanadong. Sure, Huerue reminded her on behalf of the gods. "Oh, I'm afraid I'm the god of the clan. Whether or not I should find him, I have to go and pick him up. Father, please tell me when you see him. The god of the clan who will take charge of the Lord's duty is to come and pass the letter to send the message to accompany me. The Tao will be established immediately. It is this battle of dragons. Don't worry." The roof of Hongwu Tengzai's villa was still lying down. Thinking of the next Yanadong, there were so many other things after that. Now it was like Bai Ming. Dangerously dangerous, not like the old saying goes. Wait a minute. Should we respond to the words of that old man Chun Ing in the ghost home and say, "Here, here, here," to Thagata? Bai Ming also explained the details of the Battle of the Dragon in detail, but he sent Xiong Mao in the direction of the deviation. Cheng Li Ji ran, although Yanadong was tied up and forced to threaten Ji Yong to fight the dragon again. The battle suddenly broke out between the Guan Hui Tingzai and the Tuanji Mutian. The Tuanji Mutian and the Tuanji Mutian had arrived. The Tuanji Mutian and the Tuanji Mutian had started from the beginning. After this incident, Yanadong was right. She went to bed and sat down to fight the dragon. Afterwards, she called it strange. She was forced to accept it. She is the only one who has the right to know. She is the one who has the right to know. She is the one who has the right to know. She is the one who has the right to call the ghost. That's all. The thought of self-harm and self-harm. Is it like Mao Huang's fighting dragon tree? Is it the realization of Dao Ji only she? From the beginning to the end, 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 from the beginning to the end. The sign of the strong to do it will be even more. The pride of Tin is divided. This is to show that she has her own, but the hatred is divided into Tin, the north of the blood country, Yanadong, against the family of the Du people, Tung Ziren. The extravagance of the expression of the situation was exposed in the open, and the pretense of the previous battle with the dragon was lazy, and at this time, Yanadong was unavoidably familiar with the past, and after the past, the cause of the experience was almost similar. Oh, the praise is said to be on the top, but the sentence is this: the scholar and woman of the liquid blood clan people fight and fight. The flowing inner body name is one pair. My Dao trough spits out and cannot bear to fight the dragon. Can you really eat it? Are you really that full? Let's do it like this. Healthy and healthy. We'll split 8 portions of food and say that Father Chong is getting old. Do you understand? I said that it's a pity that there's Yanadong left behind, and the empty noodle table will be cleared. Twice the amount of 5 battle with the dragon. Eat enough. She said that it's 6 portions of food. Eat 1 meal Yanadong. Eat 3 meals a year. Eat 2 enough. The leftovers are all wrapped up in a row. Finish eating by the West-East's table is, finish eating, she doesn't say oh. After finishing eating, eat at the end of Yanadon, go to the hour and minute 50. After finishing eating, eat no more Yanadon, go to the hour and minute 10. After finishing eating, eat no more Yanadon, go to the hour and minute 5. The furnace steel body refinement person's steel body refinement is like living on the main platform. Go to the mouth of the little peach cherry to eat the food. Grab the ground, can't stop her. She went all out in the battle. The horse followed Yanadong's order, but after she had her fill, she only had 2 or 3 tails left. She ate like a fighting dragon, and when her belly was full, she changed her appearance very well. She ate noodles, rice, and jiming, 3 dishes. The amount of food is 3 meals a year. Eat 2 meals a year. Have enough food to prepare the sea cry. See the danger to protect it? Come up to sweep the table directly in front of the 2 people. The type of living is better than the subordinate, also Yanadon. Pick out too much food to fight a battle with the dragon. The West-East stomach is full of disguise again. Eat can start to take can be like fried noodles, 3 meals a year. Pork with rice, as examples. Taste food is in the store, profit is all but not. The West-East pile a big one out of the box, although the storage from the battle with the dragon. The research related to the matter of no sentiment. This is the sea cry in the person who is right, or also, because the original eyes and ears are covered in the person who is right, or the meal of the journey is happy. Start to open. Yanadon follows the table to put food and drink and prepare the food. The first thing to do is to take out the box to prepare the storage from the dragon. They expected her to exceed the situation far away. The situation is already apparent. The breath sighed. Can't help Yanadon. This is to say, good can be found. Eat a big meal. Tie up the ceremony to celebrate. Wait for the return of the book. Die hungry early. The strange thing in the West-East stuff the head pillow to look at him. The next check to see again. Wait for the preparation is to fight the dragon. The strange piece of paper that leave the sea cry to arrive. It's already early to not be hungry. The West-East has not eaten yet. Yanadon has fought the dragon. More than 9:00 in the evening is already the truth. This time to arrive. Did you eat dinner late and not return? Don't talk when you're hungry. Don't talk when you don't have anything. Dao smiled awkwardly and stopped. Let's see if Yanadong should be able to respond to this piece of paper. This feeling of fighting a dragon can come out. Go to look at the hand. He is strange towards the ground. Come to walk the head. Follow also Yanadon. When the strange clockwork paper opens, that is to fight the dragon. What's wrong? Chapter 154. For the vice head of the Tiemu Group's secret department, Misty Demon, this was the most troublesome night of his life. Misty Demon's life was undoubtedly very successful. He was born in a wealthy upper class, handsome, and smart. He didn't suffer any major setbacks in the past 40 years, especially after joining the Heavenly Eye Group and becoming the deputy minister of the secret department. This man was even more pleased with himself. He walked with the wind and had the air of a top successful person. However, today, a sudden calamity had destroyed all of the confidence that the fog ghost had accumulated over the years. What? What did you say? Say it again. Not long ago, in the Tokyo office of the Tiemu Group, Misty Demon, who was sitting behind a large desk, suddenly jumped up from the chair as if needles grew out of the chair. Seeing the vice head's predicament, the reporting subordinate still said, according to reliable information, Saito Takahiro didn't die and is now under the protection of the Kamiyoshi clan. Is this information reliable? Did something go wrong? No, this information is definitely reliable. Our people saw Saito Takahiro being sent to the hospital with their own eyes, and he definitely didn't die. Hearing this, Misty Demon couldn't help but sit down on the sofa as if he had lost his soul. How is this possible? Saito Takahiro didn't die? What was that bastard Masato doing? Didn't he clearly report that the assassination was a success? As the deputy head of the confidential department of the Heavenly Eye Group, Fog Ghost was the head of the entire confidential department, while the head of the department was abroad on official business. Therefore, the Haze Ghost was in charge of the assassination mission at the Saito Guild Hall. It was also the Haze Ghost who sent out his most capable assassin, the True Snake. This assassination mission was a piece of cake for Misty Demon. After all, Sama had prepared a lot, and even prepared a scapegoat. All he had to do was send someone to do it. However, in this assassination mission that was obviously impossible to fail, the real Snake had actually failed completely. The most terrifying thing was that when he failed, he had even reported a false piece of information, and this information was even sent to Sama. Thus, after his subordinates left, the Fog Ghost hurriedly called the real Snake over. He had an expression as if he wanted to eat someone, and he scolded this capable assassin, Masato. "You bastard. How dare you lie to your superior? Saito Takahiro didn't die. Why did you report that the assassination was a success?" "Saito Takahiro didn't die? Impossible. He's definitely dead. My hidden blade has already pierced his heart." Masato was also very surprised when he heard this, but he still said it firmly. Masato had many years of assassination experience. He was certain that Saito Takahiro's death, although he didn't die on the spot, there was no way to save him from that kind of injury. At most, he would live for a few more minutes. However, this firm reply made the Fog Ghost even angrier, because it felt that the True Snake was toying with it. "You're still stubborn. You think you can save a dead man. Do you know you've killed me? I don't even know how to explain to." Originally, Misty Demon wanted to say, "I don't even know how to explain to Sama." But fortunately, after a phone call, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Ring, 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 ring. Just then, the phone beside Misty Demon's desk suddenly rang. It was like the death god's ringtone. This can't be right. Misty Demon picked up the phone in fear. A cold female voice came from the other side. Sama wants you to come over immediately. You must be there in 10 minutes, or you will be cut open." "What? Wait. 10 minutes? 9 minutes 59 seconds, 9 minutes 58 seconds, 9 minutes 57 seconds, F***CK. After hearing the terrifying countdown, Misty Demon hurriedly hung up as if he had been electrocuted. The situation was urgent. Misty Demon didn't have time to continue scolding Masato. Instead, he quickly took a helicopter and flew toward the unrestrained sky tower, cutting open with a blunt knife. If other bosses said it, it would at most be an exaggeration. But if it was who said it, it was no longer a metaphor. It was serious. That is to say, if Misty Demon was late for even a second, he would experience the feeling of being in the 18th level of hell. Not long after, with a series of urgent footsteps, Misty Demon finally rushed into Iam's study after 9 minutes and 50 seconds after the phone call ended. And the moment he rushed into the study, the first thing he saw was his own boss Eternal Heim was actually holding a blunt knife and admiring it happily. Under the dim light, Iam was wearing a red silk dress tonight. She was as beautiful as a painting. Of course, this painting must be some kind of painting of hell. "Oh, you're here? What a pity. I still have 9 seconds to see you cut open your stomach with this thing." Seeing Misty Demon panting and kneeling in front of her, Iam curled her lips and threw the rusty blunt knife in her hand into the trash can with a disappointed expression. Gulp. Seeing this scene, Misty Demon couldn't help but gulp, but he still said to Iam with trepidation, "Sama, this is indeed my mistake. I'm very sorry." As he said, he suddenly knelt down and knocked his head on the ground as if he was going to knock his head out. At this critical moment, the Fog Ghost didn't need to think to know why Yongji had urgently called him over. It was because Wu Hong was still alive. Saito Takahiro was the first target of this assassination mission, but the first target was still alive, and he even reported to Sama that the assassination was successful. Wasn't this a big problem? So Misty Demon quickly punished himself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Before could say anything, he started to torture himself, hoping that Sama could calm down a little. But after he knocked his head a few times, said in a condescending tone, "Raise your head, Misty Demon Vice Minister." The Fog Ghost trembled as it raised its head and stared at the big boss with terrified eyes. Sama, you can't be so naive as to think that this matter can be solved by just kowtowing, right? If you really feel sorry, then you should do something more sincere. What's the use of kowtowing? After revealing a smile that could topple nations, Yongji casually picked up a paper knife from the table and handed it to the fog ghost. One hand or one eye, choose for yourself. Even when saying such a cruel thing, Iam's tone was still as gentle as a mother talking to her child. I one hand or one eye. Misty Demon couldn't help but feel his vision go dark when he heard this question. After all, no matter what choice he made, he would end up crippled. But for most people, the eye was still a super dangerous area, so Misty Demon naturally couldn't choose to dig out an eye. It was safer to choose a hand. So he took a deep breath, stretched out his left hand, and said with cold sweat, "Then I'll choose this hand as the punishment for my dereliction of duty." Whoosh. But before Misty Ghost could finish speaking, a fountain pen had already pierced his left eye like a bolt of lightning. Ugh. Ah! Intense pain came from his left eye. Black ink gushed out crazily along with blood, as if a small fountain had opened in his left eye. Looking at Misty Demon, who was rolling on the ground in pain, Iam smiled and said, "I let you choose and you really dared to choose. You're really shameless. You're clearly the one in the wrong. You were the one who let me choose, you bastard." After being mercilessly toyed with by Iam, Misty Demon endured the intense pain and quickly got up from the ground. He continued to kneel in front of Iam, trembling all over. Blood, tears, sweat, and ink wet this man's face and upper body, but he could only swallow all his dissatisfaction and anger, not daring to say a word. Very good. Seeing Misty Demon being so tactful, Iam asked, "What's the situation at the Nest Duck prison now?" "I've arranged for guards to find an excuse to lock Hitoshi Kazuma in the confinement room. The poison gas to silence him is also prepared. Do we act tonight as planned?" If Ryuto was here, he would definitely feel a chill down his spine when he heard the conversation between Iam and Misty Demon. Act tonight as planned meant that Iam didn't plan to leave Hitoshi Kazuma alive. No matter what, she was going to use the poison gas to kill the leader of the Rulon group tonight. As for the agreement between Iam and Ryuto, it was probably like a fart to the former. Of course, Yongji originally planned to make a move tonight, but she didn't expect that little brat Longdo to give her a big surprise. In the original plan, Ryuto should have died in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. After all, after the real snake assassinated the father and daughter, Saito Igleson would bring Saito Ryuto to deal with the little brat on the spot. There would be no room for him to escape. However, due to Kaneshiro Ruehue's sudden appearance, Saito Ryuto was also inexplicably hospitalized before the incident. Igleson couldn't stop Ryuto at all, and actually allowed him to sneak out with Dunia. It had to be said that Iam didn't expect Kaneshiro Ruehue to personally take action. She also didn't expect Ryuto to be such a capable person. That's right, Ryuto was too capable, much more capable than Iam imagined. He was like the omnipotent James Bond. The current situation was far beyond Iam's control. Although she had Ikarama's life in her hands, Ryuto also had Dunia as his trump card. If everyone killed Ikarama now, Ryuto would definitely return Dunia to the Saito Ryuto and the Kamiyoshi clan. Then it would be more difficult for Iam to take her life. After all, Ikarama's life was meaningless in Iam's eyes. What she wanted was the lives of the father and daughter of the Saito Ryuto and Ryuto's life. But even if the current situation was out of Iam's control, the corner of her mouth raised into an excited smile, and her eyes flashed with a trace of madness. Chapter 155. Logically speaking, the first half of Iam's plan should have been a complete failure. With Iam's personality, she should have been so angry that she would have executed the Mist Demon on the spot to vent her anger. However, Iam didn't do that. Not only was she not angry, but she even had a very happy expression. Of course, the Mist Demon couldn't imagine why Iam was so happy. That was because she was actually very interested in Ryuto's sudden rise to power, as if she had gained an interesting playmate. From the moment she was born, humans were like a group of ants in Yongji's eyes, which made her feel very bored. After all, when you played a game to the point where you could crush your opponent with your eyes closed, the game was naturally no longer fun. So at this time, The appearance of an opponent was naturally more exciting than bullying noobs. And before Ryudo appeared, the only person who could compete with Ayam and give her some setbacks was Kanzaki Ruehue. Although Ayam liked Ruehue as an opponent, to the point where she wanted to cut her into pieces, it was undeniable that after playing with an opponent for a long time, she would also get bored, and the novelty of playing with an opponent would quickly decrease. But as Ryudo escaped from Ayam's hands several times, the strength he displayed brought new troubles and new entertainment to Ayam. Ryuto Kiryu, will you be my new opponent? Will you be a man who can bring me excitement and joy? If you are, then try to save Kiryu Kazuma from my hands, and then send Dunya back to the Saito family in one piece. I'll give you this opportunity as a test and reward for you. Thinking of this, Ayam's smile became even wider, but this made the mist demon even more frightened. Yong, Ayam-sama, what's going on? Looking at the boss's strange expression, Fog Ghost couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. After all, this was too strange. After this strange atmosphere lasted for a few seconds, Ayam calmly ordered, pass down the order. Don't do anything at the prison for now. Arrange for people to search for Ryudo and Dunya's whereabouts. I want to see them before noon tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon? When it heard this restriction, the Fog Ghost's face suddenly showed an expression as if it had been asked to do a cordless bungee jump. Right now, Ryudo and Dunya were nowhere to be found. Also, the Saito Guild and the Kamiyoshi clan were in the middle. It would not be easy to catch them in less than 10 hours. Misty Ghost could only brace himself and ask, Lady Ayam, must we capture both of them alive? Generally speaking, capturing alive was much harder than bringing back a corpse. After all, it meant that one couldn't be ruthless when capturing someone. There's no need. In short, if he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If I don't see him by noon tomorrow, you can go to the confinement room of Duck Nest Prison and die with Tongsheng Yima. Saying this, Ayam stretched and waved at Fog Ghost as if he was chasing a dog, indicating for him to get lost. Tomorrow at noon, what should I do? When leaving Ayam-sama's study, Fog Ghost used a handkerchief to press on the blood gushing out of his left eye while thinking frantically in his mind. No matter what, tomorrow at noon was the deadline. Before that, Fog Ghost could either bring Ryudo and Dunya here or prepare to die together with Kazuma. Fog Ghost hurriedly looked at the $1 million watch on his wrist. The hands on it were already pointing at 10:00 at night. In other words, there were still 14 hours until the deadline. This could also be the last 14 hours of Fog Ghost's life. That bastard. How could he die in the poisonous gas with that despicable hooligan? Thinking about this, Fog Ghost clenched his teeth. He didn't go find a doctor to treat the wound in his eye. Instead, he quickly took a helicopter back to the office of the Tokyo branch of the Heavenly Eye Corporation. When he came back, the true snake was still standing in front of his desk because Fog Ghost didn't give him the order to leave. Lord Fog Ghost, are you okay? The true snake looked at Fog Ghost's left eye and slowly asked, Shut up. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be like this. I'm very sorry. Sorry is useless. Now get the hell out of here. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you have to dig out Ryuto Kiryu and Saito Dunya before noon tomorrow. Yes. Because he received the order, the true snake immediately floated out like a ghost and prepared to lead his comrades in the secret department to work. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Eye Corporation's secret department was an excellent organization. The members were elite and well-equipped. It could be said that they weren't inferior to the intelligence agencies of some countries, but even so, the Fog Ghost still felt rather uneasy. After all, this mission was related to its life. What to do? Just relying on the people in the secret department wasn't enough. Should he think of something else? For example, ask someone from the underground world. Wait, underground world? Suddenly, Fog Ghost's eyes widened. Then, because of the wound in his left eye, his whole body twitched in pain. But it didn't matter because Fog Ghost seemed to have found a way to dig out Ryudo before noon tomorrow. That was to make full use of the residents of the underground world. Speaking of the underground world and Fog Ghost's knowledge, it actually involved a wide range of people. Other than the so-called assassins, thugs, extreme dojos, and illegal merchants. Even the martial artists that Ryudo saw at the Sai no Hara arena were also residents of the underground world. And this group of people had a special characteristic. As long as there was money to be made, they would do anything. They had no concept of the law at all. At first, when Fog Ghost thought of the residents of the underground world, he only wanted to contact a few familiar assassins to help find them. But he quickly thought of a simpler and more effective method. In the Tokyo Circle, there was a special website called Sai no Hara dating website. This was also a contact site set up by the boss of the Sai no Hara flower merchant. On the surface, this website was responsible for matchmaking for elders over 90 years old, but in reality, there was a hidden snow area. It was used for the residents of the underground world to post and accept missions that couldn't see the light of day. At this time, Fog Ghost quickly opened his laptop and connected to the internal website of the Sai no Hara dating website. He was ready to post a mission that could make the entire Tokyo underground world sleepless. Mission objective: bring back the bodies of Ryuto Kiryu and Saito Dunya before noon tomorrow. Mission publisher: Ghost in the Fog. Mission reward: 1 billion yen. After typing these few lines, Fog Ghost posted this mission on the Sai no Hara dating website. Very good. Hehehe, Ryuto Kiryu, now you will be hunted by the entire Tokyo underground world in the next second. Let's see where you can hide. After posting the mission, Fog Ghost seemed to be able to see the excited expressions of the residents of the underground world through the screen. But perhaps no one was as excited as Fog Ghost himself, even if he had to pay a large sum of money. According to the rules of the Sai no Hara dating website, when posting a mission, one had to pay 1/10 of the mission reward as a deposit. In other words, Fog Ghost had already spent 100 million yen. And if someone completed the mission, he would have to pay another 900 million yen as a reward. Even with all the wealth he had accumulated over the years, he still couldn't reach this number. He even had to sell his house, car, and watch. After this trip, Misty Ghost's wallet was almost full, but he didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, money was just a worldly possession. Compared to his life, what was all his wealth? If he could complete the mission and kill Ryudo and Dunya, it would be fine. In fact, when the Mist Ghost issued the most expensive mission in history, the underground world of the entire Tokyo Circle also had a huge wave as he thought. After all, it was 1 billion yen. What was 1 billion? This was enough for most people to not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. It would be strange if the residents of the underground who lived for money weren't moved. Naturally, it was better to act than to be moved. Thus, within half an hour, countless wolves and wild dogs living in the shadows swarmed out of their nests, one after another, searching for traces of those two targets in Tokyo. However, just as Fog Ghost added a large sum of money to the already complicated situation due to fear, the two walking billion yen in the basement of the Narukai food factory were immersed in a primitive and interesting game. Huff, huff, huff. There was only a faint light in the safe house located underground. Along with the light, there was a slight panting sound, rendering the gloomy atmosphere with a strange color. Ryudo, I can't take it anymore. Is it not done yet? You can't take it anymore? You said you wanted to play this thing. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use it? But, huff, huff, blowing this thing. It's so tiring, even my chin is sore. It'll be done soon. Try harder and blow a few more times. Do your best. Under Ryudo's cheers, Dunya blushed and lowered her head again. She opened her cherry mouth. She took a deep breath and blew the balloon in her hand. Don't think too much. Dunya was blowing the balloon, that's all. Not long ago, she took out the box of strange gadgets from the pillowcase. After tearing open the packaging, Long Do, who didn't know how to explain it, came up with a wonderful explanation, which was balloons. It's a perfect explanation. I'm too smart. Long Do, who was cheering her on, couldn't help but cover his face when he saw the white-haired Loli trying her best to blow up the balloons in the safe house. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, giving up on himself. Chapter 156. If he wasn't a little excited when he saw Dunya put that thing in her mouth and blew it, he was definitely a little excited about the dragon fight. After all, The thing in the small box was so sensitive. It was already weird for a loli to hold it in her hand, not to mention putting it in her mouth. It was easy for people to think the wrong way. Huff, huff, huff. Dunia blew the balloon hard. The balloon was getting bigger and bigger, and it looked like it was about to reach its limit. It had to be said that the quality of the balloon was quite good. Even when it was blown to the size of a human head, it didn't show any signs of bursting. This made Dunia quite satisfied. Beep, 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 beep. However, just as Long Do was bored to death watching the loli blow up the balloons, the phone on the table emitted a familiar caller ID. This phone call was Colored Glaze? Ryudo took the phone and looked. It was Miss Colored Glaze's number. In this kind of underground secret room, the phone signal should be very bad. Fortunately, Narukai prepared a special signal receiver in advance, so the call could be connected smoothly. Hey, Colored Glaze, you're not asleep yet? After the call was connected, Ryudo asked casually. It was already 10:00 at night. Colored Glaze had been planning the prison break since last night. She must be very tired. But when the call was connected, the voice from the other side was unexpectedly serious and anxious. Ryudo, listen to me carefully. An unexpected troublesome situation has appeared. Although she sounded very tired, Colored Glaze's voice still sounded very authoritative. It was even sharper than Rue Huey's during the day. Unexpected troublesome situation? Did the Heavenly Eye Group do something? To be precise, it was the deputy head of the Heavenly Eye Group's confidential department, Otsuka Miss Demon. That guy posted a kill order for you in Dunia Online. Kill order? They want to rely on a third party in the underground world to dig us out? When he heard this, Ryudo did not realize the seriousness of the situation. In any case, he was already used to this level of pursuit. Moreover, now that he was in the safe house, what was there to be afraid of? Who could find this place? That's right. Most importantly, that bastard Fog Ghost bounty is 1 billion yen. What? Whoosh. Pa. Just as Ryudo shouted in surprise, Dunia, who was blowing balloons not far away, was shocked. The balloon in her hand suddenly flew out and hit Ryudo's face like a missile. Ah, what are you doing? What a fright. I've been blowing up balloons for nothing. Ryudo? Ryudo, what happened to you? Were you attacked? In an instant, Dunia and Colored Glaze's voices came from the left and right. Coupled with the balloon that happened to stick to his face and the bad news he just heard, it really gave Ryudo a headache. In fact, it was not surprising that the Heavenly Eye Group would desperately search for Ryuto. After all, it was already expected. And with the Kamiyoshi clan and the Saito Club already involved in the battle, the Heavenly Eye Group would be greatly restrained by these two hostile forces. They would not be able to do anything freely, so the threat was actually limited. But it had to be said that the 1 billion yen bounty of the deputy head of the confidential department really caught Ryuto off guard. Most of the time, money was a very practical weapon, especially a huge amount of money, because when the amount of money reached a certain level, it would cause a very terrifying qualitative change. A bounty of 10 million and a bounty of 100 million represented different meanings. A bounty of 100 million and a bounty of 1 billion represented different meanings. If the bounty of Ryudo and Dunia was 10 million, then most of the reputable forces in the underground world would not deal with them. After all, these two people represented the Rulon Group and the Saito Club. For the sake of this small amount of money, it was simply a stupid deal that would cause one to suffer a huge loss. No one with a brain would do such a thing. But if the bounty was raised to 100 million, some desperados would choose to accept this mission. After all, such a large sum of money was enough for them to gamble with their lives. At most, they would just take the money and run abroad. There would always be people who would have such a fluke mentality. It was not a plan, but it was very realistic. But if the bounty was now 1 billion, then it was not a matter of one or two desperados. Under the temptation of such a huge amount of money, almost all the residents of Tokyo's underground world could not help but stand up and attack Ryudo and Dunia, be it the Dragon Group or the Saito Guild. Under the temptation of $1 billion, most of the residents of the underground world would throw away all their concerns, roll up their sleeves, and work hard to earn as much as they could. In other words, from the moment the outrageous bounty was issued, Ryudo and Dunia would not only have to face the Heavenly Eye group, but also a large number of underground forces in the entire Tokyo Circle who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Otsuka Mist Ghost. I will remember this hatred. Suddenly, the face of the Deputy Minister of the Secret Department appeared in Ryudo's mind, and he couldn't help gritting his teeth. From Ryudo's understanding of Ayam was the kind of person who must take revenge with her own hands. She would not use money to attract a third party to participate in the battle. So, this 1 billion yen lottery was obviously done by the Mist Ghost with his own private stash of money. How generous of him. When Ryudo fell into a few seconds of contemplation, the colored glaze on the other side of the phone couldn't help but ask again, Ryudo, is there any problem on your side? I'm fine. I'm just thinking about how to solve this problem. It's mainly the Rulon group problem. He glanced at Dunia, who was opening another balloon with a sour face not far away, and he felt his head buzzing for a while. Speaking of which, the super bounty this time didn't increase Ryudo's risk by much, but it greatly increased the risk of the Rulon group members. After all, everyone in the underground world knew Ryudo Kiryo's identity. If they wanted to find Ryudo, the first thing they would do was to start with the Rulon group and try to dig out the whereabouts of the young master from the people around them. Although the Rulon group also had a lot of prestige in the underground world, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. No matter how much prestige they had, they couldn't withstand thousands of people secretly stabbing them in the back. Therefore, the real danger now was the Rulon group members led by consultant Fujiki, Narukai Otani, and even the Rulon security company. If Ryudo continued to hide in the safe house and didn't do anything, there was a high probability that he would be fine, but the group of brothers outside might suffer heavy casualties. After all, even for a huge extreme Dao organization, the encirclement and suppression of the entire Tokyo Circle's underground world wasn't a joke. It was a scene that would be condemned by thousands of people. Considering that the Rulon group already had a lot of enemies, those enemies might add fuel to the fire in this situation and muddy the water even more. Therefore, in the worst case, the Rulon group and the Rulon security company might even disappear overnight. This was something that Ryudo couldn't accept no matter what. Colored Glaze was naturally quite clear about the problem, so she advised, calm down, the bounty was just sent out less than half an hour ago. They won't act so quickly. But if we can't find a solution, even if this incident is over, Dunia and I will continue to be hunted down. After all, it's such a big bounty. I just asked Sensible for his opinion on this point. According to him, the Tsai River dating network that posted the bounty has a cancel mission mechanism. Cancel mission mechanism? Does that mean we can cancel this bounty? Yes, but to do so, we need to steal the account that the Fog Ghost previously logged in. Now Sensible is trying his best to follow the previous traces to find his location. He should be able to find something. Great. Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't help but wave his fist. After all, the more difficult and complicated the situation was, the more important it was to have companions with special skills. Colored Glaze continued, but according to Sensible, it may take several hours to find the location of the Fog Ghost. During this time, we have to let the Rulon group and the Rulon security company members hide carefully to avoid being caught by the enemy. How many hours? That's a bit long. Suddenly, Ryudo frowned again. After all, several hours was enough to cause a huge loss to the Rulon group. Even if he ordered all members to hide, it would be difficult to hide very well in a short period of time. Colored Glaze couldn't do anything about this situation. She could only pray that most people could hold on until the moment Sensible stole the Fog Ghost account, but casualties were unavoidable. Is there any way to stop those guys from messing with the Rulon group? Wait, there seems to be a way. Just as Ryudo was thinking hard for a while, he suddenly had an idea and shouted into the phone, Colored Glaze, I got it. There's a way to prevent the Rulon group from being threatened. Is that so? That's great. As long as it's not a stupid way to attract the attention of those villains. Sometimes I really feel that being with you makes my IQ seem low. Your IQ is low, so forget about this stupid method. It's too dangerous. Colored Glaze seemed to know what Ryudo wanted to say. She couldn't help but sigh on the other end of the phone. The easiest way to prevent the residents of the underground world from finding trouble with the Rulon group was to give them no reason to find trouble. After all, the goal of those people was to find Ryudo, and they only wanted to find the Rulon group to get information about Ryudo's location. Then what if Ryudo came out first? What if everyone knew where Ryudo was? Then there was no need to find trouble with the Rulon group. Of course, Colored Glaze was definitely against this method of using oneself as bait because in her view, it was simply suicide. Chapter 157. Right now, Sensible was trying his best to track down the Mist Ghost, trying to steal his account and cancel the 1 billion yen bounty. But in the next few hours, the Rulon group might lose a lot of lives, so Ryudo had already made up his mind. Liuli, you should know my personality. I won't watch my friends suffer an undeserved calamity. I know your personality, which is why I advise you not to act recklessly. If you die, what will happen to Dunia? Do you think she'll be able to live? It was obvious that Luli had already figured out Long Do's daring personality, which was as if he had never died before. But what Colored Glaze didn't know was that Ryudo wasn't daring because he hadn't died before, but because he had died too many times. So he directly replied, "It's fine. I'll put her in the safe house. It should be fine." What do you mean it's fine? If you're seen after you leave, the safe house will be exposed. Isn't she a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? You're too. Before Colored Glaze finished speaking, a white and slender hand suddenly came from the side and snatched Ryudo's phone away. Hey! Dunia, who was standing behind Ryuto, suddenly put one hand on her waist, straightened her back, and angrily asked, Colored Glaze Kanzaki, who are you calling a fat sheep? When did she come over? Because he was too engrossed in the phone call, Ryudo didn't realize that Dunia was eavesdropping, but it was too late now. As everyone knew, Colored Glaze and Dunia never got along. Even if they met in school, they would still exchange a few words, not to mention in this situation. So after hearing Dunia's words, Luli, who was on the other end of the phone, replied without hesitation, "Whoever is caught like a chicken from the hotel is a fat sheep." Dunia couldn't help but grit her teeth and say angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I followed you willingly." "It doesn't matter. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with you. Just stay here obediently. Hurry up and call Ryudo back. We haven't finished discussing yet. Not much to do with me? I'm one of the parties involved, and you actually dare to say that it has nothing to do with me. Stinking woman, are you looking down on me? Phew, you're not a child anymore. Can't you just be honest at a time like this?" Crack. Just as Colored Glaze was about to continue lecturing Dunia, the latter suddenly squeezed the phone that Ryuto had bought not long ago. The phone was crushed out of shape. The seemingly small and slender palm actually contained such a huge force that could crush the phone with one hand. It looked really amazing. Of course, if the phone that was crushed was not Ryudo's phone, it would be better. But Ryudo didn't dare to say anything to the angry Dunia, because at this moment, a terrifying beast like an enraged big white bear slowly spread out from Dunia's body. After feeling Dunia's anger, Ryudo couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the aura of her angry bear was really scary. It was as if she would shout "Woola" and start to go berserk at any time. After a few seconds, Dunia whispered without looking back, "Kamiyoshi, stinking woman, you dare to underestimate me to this extent? Ryudo, let's go." Go? Go where? After being startled by her, Ryuto glanced around. "Didn't you just say you were going out to be bait and attract the attention of the enemy? Let's go together." Before he finished speaking, Dunia was valiant and spirited. She walked toward the door with the posture of an old Russian who drank a few ounces of vodka and was ready to pick up a stick to fight. At that moment, her petite body looked extremely burly, and Ryudo had to use some effort to hold her back. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Don't be impulsive. Do you know what I'm going to do? Be bait, because if the enemy can't find you, they will find the people around you. You need to distract them, right? I probably heard it just now." Dunia raised her head. She didn't have a trace of shame for eavesdropping just now. Instead, she seemed to be particularly confident. "You know what I'm going to do? And you still plan to follow? What can I do if I don't follow? Didn't you hear what Kamiyoshi stinking woman just said? If you leave alone, I won't be safe here, so it's better to go together. For a moment, Ryudo didn't know how to defend himself. After all, these words were said by Colored Glaze herself. Don't worry. Seeing that Ryudo seemed to have a headache, Dunia clenched her fist and said in a deep voice, I'm the daughter of the Saito family, and I won't be killed so easily. When you were chased by the assassin before, you couldn't even hide. That's because I wasn't mentally prepared. Now that I'm ready, I can smash 10 or 8 assassins' heads. Speaking until here, Dunia suddenly threw a punch forward. The wind from the punch blew Ryudo's hair up. This was not Dunia boasting. Although she only learned a little Saito martial arts from her father when she was young, but with the heaven-defying level of LV4 physique, it was enough to smash a person's head. Well, since she said so, then it's fine to go out and try, if she really dared to smash a person's head. Seeing Dunia's firm and sharp eyes, Ryudo was a little moved by her sincerity. But even so, he seriously made a request to Dunia. How about this? After we go out, the first enemy we encounter will be dealt with by you. If you can kill him, you can go with me. Otherwise, you have to find a place to hide. How about it? Kill? What do you mean kill? Knock him out? No, of course, kill means kill. What's the use of knocking him out? He will wake up at any time. Kill? Hearing this word, Dunia couldn't help but be stunned, and the domineering aura of ice and snow around her disappeared in an instant. No matter how angry she was, in the end, Dunia was just a teenage girl. She could go out and teach a hoodlum a lesson, but to kill someone, she really did not even think about it. You don't dare, right? Ryudo could not help but laugh. Then it's better to find a place to hide. After all, many of the enemies outside are here to take your life. If you don't dare to kill, then you will be killed by others. Think about your father. Ryudo was right. The two of them were not facing the residents of the underground world, but the spies of the Heavenly Eye Group. When facing them, there was no such thing as holding back. At least, Dunia did not have the ability to hold back. If she hesitated in the battle and did not dare to kill, then Dunia would only be a live target. It was better to hide here and try her luck. However, just when Ryudo said, think about your father, Dunia's hesitant expression instantly changed. Because in her mind, the terrifying scene of Saito Takahiro being stabbed in the heart and blood, soaking his clothes appeared a few hours ago. Although Dunia was close at that time, she was trembling in fear. She could not help her father at all. She could only watch her father fall to the ground. After this incident, she had been extremely angry about it. Of course, the target of anger was herself, who could not help like a piece of trash. I am Saito Takahiro's daughter. I can't always be a piece of trash. I have to avenge my father with my own hands. Thinking of this, Dunia couldn't help but take a deep breath. She nodded calmly and said to Ryudo, no problem, let's go out now. Originally, Ryudo thought that Dunia would refuse this unreasonable request, but he didn't expect her to nod and agree to the condition of going out to kill the enemy. Do you really know what you are talking about? You are only 15 years old. Once you step into that kind of world, you can't go back. TSK, if I remember correctly, you seem to be only 1 year older than me. Haven't you been in that kind of world for a long time? As Dunia said, she carefully looked up and down at Ryudo, then showed a contemptuous expression. Since Dunia said this, Ryudo could only reluctantly agree to her following. But in fact, Ryudo still believed from the bottom of his heart that Dunia would not dare to kill him. After all, this kind of thing was really too far away for ordinary people. It was not a hurdle that could be crossed with effort. Creak. As the door of the basement was pushed open from the inside, 2 figures carefully slipped out of the Narukai snack factory one after another and came to the street outside. There were no people near the streets in the suburbs of Tokyo, so it was very quiet. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight shone on the other side of the street. In this environment, Ryudo pried open the lock of a motorcycle parked on the street and drove with Dunia in the direction of Tokyo City. Remember, no matter what kind of enemy you encounter in a while, you have to kill him, but if you really can't, I will also help you. Understand? Got it? Long-winded. After hearing Ryudo's repeated reminders, Dunia couldn't help but complain. She looked very impatient. But in this suburban street, where can there be enemies? Looking at the desolate suburban street seen around her, Dunia suddenly thought in her heart. However, when the two passed by the edge of a park, Ryudo suddenly frowned, stopped the car at the fastest speed, and then pulled Dunia into the grass on the side. What's wrong? Shoo, don't talk. There are 3 people over there searching the park. They should be the enemies who came to trouble us. They are extreme hooligans. Although it was at night with poor light, Ryudo's eyes clearly saw the 3 figures who were searching everywhere in the park. Judging from his current insight and understanding of the underground world, the 3 men were definitely not easy to deal with. After all, their bodies exuded the kind of ferocity unique to carnivores, which was definitely not something that ordinary people could fake. Chapter 158. There was a clear difference between the residents of the underground world and the ordinary people living in the normal society. If the ordinary people exuded the warmth of the sun, then the residents of the underground world exuded the stench of the sewers. The stench couldn't be covered up. It was the unique smell of this group of villains who would do anything for money. After all, the people who formed the so-called underground world weren't the kind of people who wore big gold chains and small gold watches, wore suits, smoked cigars, and held a computer and a phone. They were a group of despicable people. Their daily lives were normal people's daily lives. As long as they could earn money, they would do anything. After living such a life for a long time, their body would naturally have the smell of decay. Just as the 3 of them were searching this area, one of the skinny people couldn't help but yawn. He didn't look strong, but his left pocket was slightly bulging. It was obvious that there was something special in it. Hey, wake up. What if we really encounter the 2 fat sheep? Another fat man heard the yawn and quickly reminded him. The fat man wore a long coat. His left hand held a flashlight and shone in the grass. His right hand was hidden in his sleeve, holding a taser. That's what you say, but is it really possible to find the 2 fat sheep in this remote suburb? There should be a 1 in 10,000 chance. The fat man pondered for a moment before replying, Hey, hearing you say that, I feel like I lost all my motivation. Are you an idiot? The probability of winning the lottery is 1 in 20 million. This is a few thousand times higher than winning the lottery. And if you can't find them, at most you will just waste a night. Only an idiot wouldn't do it. The fat man shook his head and continued to search in the park with the flashlight. His words undoubtedly represented the majority of the underground residents who participated in the hunt tonight. Indeed, the probability of finding Ryudo and Dunia in the sea of people was very low. But the low probability didn't mean that it was absolutely impossible. After all, someone would be the lucky one. As long as he could find those 2, kill them and bring them to his destination, he would be able to exchange for the huge bounty. It was enough for him to hide his identity and live the rest of his life in luxury. Although great benefits were accompanied by great risks, no one would care about such a small matter at this time. After all, everyone had a wishful thinking. Even if they knew that they might die after offending 2 huge organizations, they still felt that they could survive by luck. Even patients with terminal cancer who were incurable would feel that today was not the day to die. Which day would be when he would die? In any case, it shouldn't be today. That was what most people thought. However, just as the fat man and the thin man were searching the suburban park, there Tadabe was lurking in the dark, ready to take action at any time. Looking at the figures that were gradually approaching, Dunia couldn't help but ask, Are these 2 the people I want to deal with? No, they are just small fries. You have to deal with the one walking at the back. Long Do shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man who was walking behind the fat man and the thin man. He looked out of place with the 2 of them. He didn't have the arrogance of the fat man, nor did he have the shrewdness of the thin man, but Ryudo could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was the leader of the trio. At the same time, he was also the most powerful and the most experienced. He had a face that didn't leave much of an impression. His face was expressionless and gave people the feeling that he didn't care about anything. But in reality, this man was constantly paying attention to his surroundings as he walked. While searching for prey, he was also constantly on guard against other people's plots. His eyes were also filled with the sharp gaze of an eagle. At a glance, one could tell that he was a veteran. This opponent was good and suitable to be Dunia's touchstone. After observing the three people searching the park, Long Do patted Dunia on the shoulder and took the initiative to leave the bush where he was hiding. He swaggered over to the other side. Is he going to just walk over? Is he not going to do a sneak attack? Seeing Ryudo walking toward the group of people, Dunia was obviously a little surprised, but she still followed behind. Oh, it actually appeared here? At the same time, the middle-aged man was the first to notice Ryudo, who was walking toward them. He gave a warning to his two companions. When the fat man and the skinny man saw the young man and the young woman who were spreading like wildfire on many people's mobile phones and computers, their eyes widened. It was as if they had seen a miracle with only a 1 in 10,000 chance appear before their eyes. The thin man opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief, Boss Iwatani? Did I see it wrong? You didn't see it wrong, and they are coming for us. Let's just do it. Looking at the young master of the Rulon group, walking toward them with a leisurely expression, the man named Iwatani couldn't help but frown. Although there were rumors of Ryudo Kiryo's heroic deeds, but most of the exaggerated rumors could only fool outsiders. Someone like Iwatani, who was experienced in the underworld, would definitely not believe it. After all, Ryudo was at most a 16-year-old kid. Iwatani didn't think that this kid could be that powerful. However, when he saw Ryudo with his own eyes, he realized that his prediction was wrong. This guy was really scary, even scarier than the rumors. When the distance between the two gradually closed, the fat man pressed his greasy finger on the taser hidden in his sleeve and calmly nodded to the thin man next to him. Receiving the signal from his companions, the thin man also rushed toward Ryudo from the right. Then he quickly raised his left hand from his pocket and prepared to spray the mixture of various chemicals on the enemy, to take away the enemy's vision in a short period of time. At the same time, the fat man also followed like a shadow. In his hand, the special taser that could electrocute a cow in a second was inserted here. This fat and thin man were obviously very familiar with each other. Their cooperation was very tacit and seamless. Unfortunately, the enemy they encountered today was not quite right. Just when the thin man raised the spray bottle and was about to press the trigger, Ryudo's figure flashed between the two like lightning. His left and right fists punched out at the same time and accurately hit the thin man and the fat man in the center. With one punch, the two men's bodies immediately stiffened in place. This was the effect of the Furamaki-style martial art, Tiger Fall. Then, without waiting for them to catch their breath, two crisp slaps were heard almost at the same time. A huge force fell on the fat man and the thin man's face, turning the thin man into a fatty and the fat man into a pig's head. Plop! With a muffled sound, the two men fell to the ground at the same time and lost consciousness. This is the strength of a professional? Seeing Ryudo take care of the two men so easily, Dunia, who was following behind, suddenly felt that her eyes were opened. Indeed, with Ryudo's current strength, taking care of these little thugs was not much harder than taking care of two wild dogs on the road. Even wild dogs could take more hits than them. Not good. This guy is a monster. Iwatani, who also saw this scene, was secretly shocked. But his hand quickly took out the pistol on his waist and prepared to use this thing to deal with Ryuto. But before he could raise his gun, a pitch-black Uzi submachine gun was already one step ahead of him, ready to aim. Put this thing down and be obedient. Looking at the frozen Iwatani, Ryuto, with the submachine gun in his hand, smiled and made a please gesture. The general is finished. Although he didn't know when Ryuto took out the gun in his hand. But Iwatani, who had been in the underworld for a long time, knew that in this situation, he basically had no chance. Even so, Iwatani's face still didn't have a trace of panic. He just said lightly, Ryudo Kiryo, you live up to your reputation. I knew this billion was not so easy to earn. If you want to earn money that others can't earn in 10 lifetimes, you have to take the same risk. This is reasonable. Say it. What do you want? After feeling that Ryudo didn't want to kill him immediately, Iwatani was relieved and threw the gun at his feet. After all, If he didn't do this, Ryudo would shoot at the next moment. Iwatani was very clear about this. Nothing. I just want to ask you to spar with this young lady. At this point, Long Do gestured to Dongnia behind him, indicating for her to stand in front of him. Because not long ago she was kidnapped from the Celebration Hotel, Dunia was still wearing the lovely dress. Such a beautiful dress, coupled with her exquisite doll-like appearance, could be said to be incompatible with the current austere atmosphere. But Iwata wasn't surprised by this at all. Instead, he sneered. You seem to be planning to use me as a whetstone. Aren't you afraid that I'll break your young lady? Ryudo's meaning was very clear, and Iwatani could understand what he wanted to do. After all, it was very common for lions to catch injured prey for their cubs to practice hunting. But the problem was that Iwatani wasn't an injured prey. He was another lion. It doesn't matter. As long as you beat her, I'll let you go, absolutely. You can use any method you want? Whatever. Very good. After hearing Ryudo's words, Iwatani couldn't help but show a happy smile. It was obvious that he didn't put Dunia in his eyes. Dunia naturally also noticed this contempt, so she took a deep breath, slightly squatted down, and rushed forward towards this very inconspicuous cold-faced man. Because of her extraordinary physical fitness, Dunia's sprinting speed was quite fast, almost comparable to that of a professional sprinter. However, just as Dunia was about to rush in front of Iwatani, the latter kicked his feet. The sand that was quietly shoveled on the shoes suddenly flew towards the girl's face. This sand-flying move can be said to be a classic battle tactic in the wild, interrupting the opponent's attack and taking away the opponent's vision. Sure enough, she's just a little girl. Got her. After Dunia's vision was blocked by the sand flying towards her, Iwatani sneered and pulled out a baseball bat from behind his back. He directly held it with both hands, and like a home run, he swung it towards the girl's slender neck. Chapter 159. The injuries caused by a baseball bat made of solid wood with an iron head would be much more serious than they looked on the surface. In particular, Iwatani's posture when he swung the stick was quite professional. He swung the stick in a half circle, and his wrists, arms, and waist exerted force at the same time. He swung the stick out like a whip with a powerful inertia, directly at Tonia. If this kind of inertia hit a defenseless human body, it would basically break the bones. If it hit the neck or head, there was a high probability of death on the spot. Judging from how familiar Rock Gulu was with his staff, it was obvious that he had done this countless times. Bang! Kacha! In the midst of the dust, a muffled sound and a crisp sound was heard at the same time, indicating that the bat hit the target. Oh wow, this feeling is not bad. This feeling is really great. After feeling this kind of intoxicating pleasure, Iwatani's originally expressionless face finally revealed an ugly smile. Most of the people living in the underground world did all kinds of dirty work for money, but most did not represent everything. In this group of people, there was no lack of people like Iwatani who had no interest in living a normal life, and only found excitement and satisfaction in those special activities. And what he liked the most was the immersive feeling when he destroyed a human body, especially when he broke someone's neck with a bat, looking at the neck twisted into a strange angle. This man was so excited that he almost wanted to ascend to heaven on the spot. Okay, little girl, let me take a look at your neck. Just when Iwatani was about to see how twisted Dunia's neck was, his eyes vaguely saw the head of his baseball bat. The baseball bat head made of solid wood was originally inlaid with a thick layer of iron sheet, the kind that would not have any problems even if it was used to smash a car. But when Iwatani's eyes swept over the bat head, he saw that the thick bat head actually, a large part of it was caved in. The thick iron sheet was dented inwards, and the wood inside was shattered into pieces. Obviously, the crisp sound just now did not come from the bone breaking, but from the wood breaking. This situation did not look like the result of smashing into a living person at all. Instead, it looked like it had smashed into something extremely hard. This? Could it be? It can't be. Before Iwata could process all these thoughts in his mind, a slender figure had already emerged from the dust. Furthermore, he leaped up. He reached out and grabbed Rocky's hair. After being grabbed by the hair, Rockdale immediately tried to twist away, but that small hand seemed to have gathered 1,000 pounds of strength and actually forcefully grabbed his head and pressed him to the ground. Boom! Crack! Along with a roar and the crisp sound of bones exploding, it was heard at the same time. Rocky's face was slammed into the ground by someone, and half of his head had sunk into the ground. Fortunately, the place where the two of them were fighting today was a park with soft, muddy ground underneath. If they were standing on solid concrete, Rocky's head would have exploded like a watermelon. And the person who made such a violent move was naturally Dunia, who had just taken a hit from the staff. "It hurts, you bastard. Do you think you're playing baseball in Koshian?" After using one hand to knock Rocky down, Dunia swung the left arm that she used to block the attack, trying to relieve the pain and numbness. "Oh, well done. It seems like she has quite the talent for fighting." Seeing Dunia using brute force to knock down Rocky, Ryuto, who was not far away, could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. 2 seconds ago, at the last moment when the bat was about to hit her neck, Dunia instinctively raised her left arm to block and used that seemingly slender arm to block the attack. If it was a normal person, blocking this attack would at least result in a broken arm. After all, that was an iron bat. But from the way Dunia swung her arm, it seemed like she only felt a little bit of pain and numbness. "Dunia, my sweetheart, at the critical moment when you're hit, you must remember to tighten the muscles on the part of the body that was hit. This way, you can minimize the damage. Otherwise, it will easily lead to a fracture, and you won't be able to fight anymore." Many years ago, when Saito Takahiro taught Dunia self-defense in his own backyard, he explained with a smile, "Stinky Dad, I want to learn how to hit people. Why are you teaching me how to take a hit? If you want to learn how to hit people, you must first learn how to take a hit. Otherwise, if you can't even take a few punches, how can you have the chance to hit people?" At that time, Dunia snorted at her father's words, but she did not expect that today, she suddenly realized that his words were too damn reasonable. From a young age, the Seitoryu self-defense technique, coupled with the extremely high muscle density of LV4 physique, allowed Dunia to block the bat with her slender arm. It was also after blocking that attack that she had the chance to counterattack. But even so, the battle was not over. Just when Dunia swung her arm and was about to walk over to see if a Watani who was half buried in the ground had died, the man who fell to the ground suddenly sprung up like a spring. The dagger in his right sleeve emitted a cold light as it pierced towards Dunia's eyes. Rock Valley was extremely glad that he was standing on soft mud. Although it caused his nose to break, it wasn't fatal or enough to cause him to faint. "Go to hell, stinky brat." When he attacked again, the man's eyes flashed with a beast-like killing intent. Obviously, the fact that his nose was broken by a teenage girl had ignited his anger. However, in an intense battle, igniting one's anger was not necessarily a good thing. This also meant that his movements were easier to predict. Seeing the cold light piercing towards her, Dunia's pair of beautiful eyes widened as she clearly saw the opponent's movements. "Let me see, just now Ryuto, that guy seemed to be doing this?" Suddenly, Dunia's petite body did not retreat, but instead moved forward, directly moving towards the direction of Iwatani's attack. Her white stockings slightly crouched, avoiding the dagger at an extremely tricky angle to Iwatani's side. At the same time, her delicate left elbow drew an arc and smashed into the enemy's body. "What?" Seeing Dunia's position, Ryuto could not help but open his mouth wide, because her elbow had actually smashed into the diaphragm of Rocky's body in that extremely subtle split second. Iwatani's diaphragm received a heavy blow. Moreover, it was when he had just made a move and was not able to breathe properly. This caused Iwatani's movements to instantly stop, as if his entire body was frozen in place. Ryuto was very familiar with this special attack technique. In fact, this was the same technique he used against the fatty and skinny not long ago, Furamaki-style martial art, Tiger Fall, using a short distance, small movement of a standard straight punch, at the moment when the enemy attacked, using a single inch of force to hit the opponent's diaphragm, immediately stopping his movement. If it was described in words, Tiger Fall, this counter-attack technique's content was so simple. But to really achieve this level, it was extremely difficult. But Dunia did it, and it was only after seeing Ryuto use Tiger Fall once. The most exaggerated part was that she did not copy Ryuto's standard straight punch Tiger Fall. Instead, she made a very clever change and used her elbow to hit Iwatani when the distance was too close. How should one describe Dunia's actions in this half a second? At least from Ryuto's point of view, it was simply too exaggerated. Immediately after the successful Tiger Fall, Dunia did not hesitate to hit Iwatani's chin with an uppercut. Bang! The punch hit Iwatani's chin, and the huge force quickly shook his brain through his bones, causing Iwatani's consciousness to fly to a distant world. I'm flying. I'm flying so high. In his consciousness, Iwatani had already flown out of the solar system. In reality, he fell straight forward. His eyes were white, and white foam was flowing out of his mouth. But Dunia did not stop. After the previous lesson, she would not stop so easily. Thus, her petite figure leapt into the air, her beautiful dress blossoming like a blossoming flower, and her short leather shoes directly stomped on Rocky's chest. This flying kick directly suppressed all of Dunia's strength and weight, and the opponent who was hit did not have any awareness of defense, so the result of this kick was obvious. Boom! After being kicked 7 or 8 meters away, the back of Iwatani's head slammed into a street lamp not far away. The street lamp was violently hit, and the huge lampshade above it fell down, coincidentally hitting the man's body. But in fact, this smash was completely unnecessary because before the lampshade landed, Rocky Gully had already died on the spot from the impact of the impact and the size of the lampshade. Phew! Is he dead? Dunia cautiously walked over to check if the man was breathing. When she found that he was indeed not breathing, she confirmed that she was the final victor and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time she relaxed. A feeling of excitement that she had never felt before welled up in this 15-year-old girl's heart. That's right, it was excitement. Although many people would feel uncomfortable after killing for the first time, Dunia didn't seem to feel that way. On the contrary, she actually felt a strong sense of pleasure, as if something that had been suppressed in her body for a long time was suddenly released. From a very young age, her parents repeatedly told Dunia to never use her full strength against others. After all, her monstrous strength was extraordinary, and if she was not careful, she could tear children of the same age in half. This kind of careful living environment, coupled with the experience of being criticized by all kinds of people after returning to Tokyo, caused Dunia to accumulate a lot of dissatisfaction and pressure over the years. And in the battle just now, when she used her fists, elbows, and kicks on the enemy's body, Dunia suddenly felt the pleasure of releasing herself, and suddenly her whole body was full of satisfaction and refreshed. Not bad. Much better than I imagined. Why do you have this expression? After killing the enemy, Dunia swayed her arms and walked back to Ryuto. But when Dunia walked halfway, she saw Ryuto looking at her as if she was an alien, with a look of disbelief. Chapter 160. The test chapter will be revised in an hour. If there is any inconvenience, we are very sorry. The clan members kill in the dark, the strongest in the world. The whole world is a fact, the representation of the God Drops Yuanyong clan. The name of this Daojidu. The persons track in the confusion of the ordinary, but for the reason. Boiling with excitement, we come to welcome you. And then we discuss it on the altar, and then we set out to meet you. This is how it should be. Since there are 2 characters in the Z-post, we can combine them into one. Come to me. The words are simple and concise. When you return to the face, you post it. God Drops Yuanyong clan, adore. In the name of one. When you go down to kill, you continue to kill in the evening. Today, you will meet monsters. You will feel that there are people there. Changing the speed of rotation is also in the form of Xiangfeng to discuss a whole. He drops the ability person has a request to pray to be straight. The law dies a little. How can the fighting dragon coiling open the forum to discuss from? After all, there were already some people who could pick up the goods. If they were late, how could they not have a single gun? Is he able to stop people have? Heaven old, Dao asks the post to ban friends to vote. Numb to read the classics already, according to the Lala. Some of those who read the forum discussion in the name of the first, After the bell rang at 20 in the morning Lingde. In addition to the increase in the number of people who have been injured and beaten to death has been hunted by the people who have been sent to the border by the Chow family to plagiarize the world from the bottom to the bottom. From the beginning of the calculation, the position of the Chow family has been revealed by the Chow family from the Chow family. Sometimes right and sometimes left, sometimes small, go to the top period, unlucky to fall from 2900 taels to 0, the calculation of the beginning of the opening of the first post. After repentance, what we have done will be revealed in the evening. The fear, regret, and pain of the emotional deity will often appear on his face. The crippled ones will be crippled, the dead ones will be dead, and the unlucky ones will fall on him. According to the quantity of the Huala, the same as the return of the Huala, the same as the companion, a total of 200 and 900 taels of silver, have arrived at the end of the Huala. This is the reason. The Hualama Sutra has reached the point where even the guests have seen a lot. When the Hualama Sutra appears on the 51st page and so on, ascending and climbing step by step, the total number is always in a mess, and then the discussion on the forum is published again and again by the record and clear up the mess, batch after batch, 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 batch after batch after batch. At the beginning, there was a heated discussion about the matter of their disciples on the forum. Afterwards, there was a sarcastic tone. After the completion of Shirlu, the family of Zhongko took it as the glory of Chengguang. Fighting the dragon was so fast that it was the fastest way to find it, and the closest area to the outskirts of Jingdong was the first place. As soon as the news spread, the discussion in the forum about the Net Kin Xiang Yuanhe competition began, and the meaning of this sentence pierced Manchong and Lien Zhao's head in the main street. How many people would fight the dragon with their companions? Send it to me. Send it to me. Send it to me. 23 pieces. Make sure the quantity is clear. He knew that they were in a miserable state. Their eyes were white, and their faces were covered in blood. Their mouths were white, and their eyes were rolled back. They were deformed, and their faces were covered in blood. Their mouths were spitting out white foam. Take a big picture of them. They were beaten by the enemy in front of them. They came from the group. They took the example of fighting the dragon. Once the matter was done, they had to return to the front. No, they had to return to the front. The excitement of the expression appeared on the face. The small hand was placed in the safe place without rubbing her. The itchy skill could not be restrained. It was also Yanadong who explained the fighting the dragon. Right, I should have a wave of people. Got it? The second fist was the first to come out. If it was not enough, then it was to die. The first fist could be used. If it was ruthless enough, then it would be to surround the enemy. If it was not in the secret, then it would be the greatest. Right, the first to entangle the enemy was avoided. The second to come out is not the goal of fighting. The harm must be in the fight. It must be hit every time. If it is unreasonable, then it must be quickly followed by one. If it is fragmented, then it can be done to the enemy. First you, Chu Qingxi. Chu Qingxi? How about it? Ask Yanadong to turn around and fight the dragon. Afterwards, clean up the battlefield. Die is really or, die is pretending to be or, die is 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 or, hit is or on the ground is falling one after another. When the hunting becomes a change, it will be us, people hunting, to earn a lot of money. Come to prepare accurately. Time passed by in a few minutes, and the calculations began to be carried out. They rushed down the door, opened the chariot, and attacked the crowd. Time passed by in a minute. The fighting style of the fighting dragon is like, the movement is like doing a little body beside one, looking at the side of a small eye staring at Yanadon's head. The scene of a group of sheep entering the tiger is like a wanderer. This is to look at. Rong Xing came ruthless, and tyrannical, using only fierce Dao power, ruthless hands to strike down, crippling or even death was not certain, extremely extreme. The time it took to get up and stand up was very short. It was possible to strike down a person with an unparalleled head punch, using him to be connected straight. This was the key point. On the ground, He fell paralyzed to hit and attracted a person to give. After the aggressive Zimai cut the belt, he was already fighting the dragon. He opened the ready and stood firmly. Came to stand up, one after another, and then the reverse collision was just not for a long time. The later generation of the enemy stood up and moved backward. The lightning flashed as fast as the dragon was waiting to fight. While he was stunned and beating his general, the person under the slap was twitching and straightening his face. When he was brandishing his arm, the right-hand general could not see and could not see at the same time. His dagger was shining like snow as it came to attack while he dodged to the side. He leaned back and faced the dragon with his body. The ground fell paralyzed to the ground and spat out fresh blood. When the powder field was broken, the person with the soft throat was there. The force in the throat was like being hit. Cha-cha. His bones were soft. His throat was straight. The person on his neck was punching with his left hand. His left hand was punching, his body flashing like a demon. The people in front of him were fighting the dragon because of the body flashing. Fortunately, their luck was at the bottom. He said it was very difficult. Zimai was able to stand and maintain the people to be hit by the bad luck. The time between the collision was short. When the big one fell, a group of people came to the side fiercely. The front came to the front. The back came to this one. La Hua. The upper body accompanied by the head hit the back, and then the body turned back. The bowling ball 3 became a change. It was as if the bottom hit the first. The 3 were still, and then the person lived big weight of about 101. Out of the flying backward, a play followed by the direct residence. The force of the collision card was full. It was as if the front of the head of the 3 people was rushing. The earth shook and the sky shook. When the sound started, the sound of the fierce and strong formation rang. The group of people behind entered the body of the collider. Boom! Zhongzheng's group of people were just in time to strike the main body's low pressure straight on. They were not going to fight the dragon. They were going to charge this large mass of black shadow bodies in front of the enemy's front. Zhongzheng's group of people were just in time. It was not strange to see that the person who attacked the main body was the arm and shoulder. It was not strange to see that the person who attacked upside down was using the elbow and the head to punch. Leaning mountain iron is a special style of attacking with a square attack. 8 fingers refers to this arm swaying down, and foot shock refers to stamping feet. The famous Zhou Zhangzhou stomping feet, toppling the sky and bumping shoulders shaking. After hitting the ground fiercely forward, the body was muddled. The right shoulder was in the middle. Gathering strength, the lower arm was young. The ground fell and stepped on the foot to shake. He took a few steps forward. He could not dodge, but he also dodged to see the dragon. Little bug Diao, let me teach you how to do it properly. That's right. You chop the line net. I see. People scold the net. You let go. Deputy first. Come and rush to the edge of this fighting dragon dynasty. Weapons and weapons start to copy the ground without saying a word. Under the chariot, the old people chopped the faces of a few people. The performance of acrobatic 3 aces was like a live performance. The masked weapon warrior and the others were adept at electrocuting and chopping with a saber. Dozens of people rushed out from the center of the crow's head, opening up the chariot behind the pulling seat, steadily stopping the chariot. When the car stopped, the outer 13 people outside the car broke the fruit on the ground. They jumped and scared the obvious machine officer's car. The other side, the street threw up a person's car. All of the people in the car turned their eyes to the car with the full load. It's this, Dawu, don't you? When the solution was solved, the people under the car did not return to me. What? What did you do? The inner body was pierced and brittle or injured. The knife chopped their own or their companions were returned to them. There were many people bleeding and breaking their heads. They squeezed each other and rolled into the head of the car. The fierce tragedy was not mentioned. Inside the situation, the car flipped sideways and the car behind hit the car. When the people and carriages were full, they piled on top of each other. The rule of carrying passengers was that the carriages packed the noodle and the carriages packed the noodle. The tragedy was that the people packed the noodle and the people packed the noodle and the carriages packed the noodle. The car was cracked by the force of the collision. The loud rumble left the mountain resort. The fake place on the mountain is not far away. After the sound of a crash, the track is like driving drunk, running out of the road. Then the vehicle's control system is lost, and the next jump on board the vehicle is fast fighting the dragon. Boom. Creak, 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 creak. The hand waved. The group of ruffians smiled at each other in a daze. The car in front of the car's movement was not right or left. It started to open on the ground. It landed skillfully and lightly on the dragon. Bye-bye. The sound of a burp field rang out. The driver's neck was cracked. The head was in the middle. The foot was stepped on by the machine officer's speed. It cracked into a paste paper. It was like the car in front of the window. The driver's seat was on the left. The car got up and kicked. The body flew like the mortal world was like the heavens. The distance between them was far away. Dozens of people jumped. The next one was in the battle dragon. The next one was illuminating the dim road. The car got up and jumped. The car came to welcome the car. When the time was up, the speed was up. Right or left, the second one ran to the side of the big battle dragon. The light below stared blankly at Yanadong. Does this count as a beating? Is the person under the car not waiting for the fellows home? After passing through the charging force, the ears could not cover the thunder in order to catch up. The head nodded to Yanadong against the dragon. The brake of the rear car was ready to start. The place was far away, and the people of the fast car were not there. The people of the fast car were shown on the surface, and the two cars were clearly there. Try to learn a good head. After you, the wave hit first. Me? Come on, come on. Look at you. The district garden entered and rushed over the railings, until Yanadon and the dragon appeared. They came and went, and the garden was filled with the menacing aura of the court. They were not far from each other, and when they arrived, they were not far from each other. The encirclement was too many. When they met together, it was not possible. It was indeed possible to put down one enemy general. Under the situation, they ran and hit even. On the contrary, they came to draw in again. The position was set to release again. After the position was changed, they came to beat the enemy general quickly. The people and the enemy came to draw in first. The position was set to release by themselves. It was a plan to fight the dragon. The place changed guns to fight. Running and hitting was the most basic. Under the situation, there were more enemies. Yanadong looked at the light. She looked at the battle dragon foolishly. Are you tired even if you die? How can you fight? How can two people rely on me alone? Thousands and hundreds of people gather. This is really like a child meeting. You idiot. Do you think killing one counts as fighting? Run away or what? Run away. After running away, he got rid of the people. He was the fastest. After the people came, the first meeting. Don't talk nonsense. Dao said angry words of disgust and praise Yanadong. After the whole mocking group opened the battle dragon. Look at the side. Do you deserve to be beaten? This is the son of the generation. Ah, don't be angry. The head nodded and couldn't help but laugh. The side of the dim light looked at the battle dragon. The taste of the son of the queen was full of ridicule, then set off. There are many people who have been to the gathering before, so there is no shortage of people who should be there. Very good. Light can see that not all of them live to see the end of the great work of the Gone family. Things have come to a head, and the police can't figure out who will be planted here at the right time. This is related to the control of the back of the group of eyes in the sky and the clan of gods on behalf of the Gone family. After stirring up a lot of trouble, it is better to save it. After pulling down and dying, it is best to be completely fine. Crippled and beaten to death, it is urgent to catch up with them. He is not in a hurry to return to the police station. What a bunch of people in the world who are in the underworld are going to fight. Come and fight tonight? Is it difficult for him to feel the sensation of the rain and the wind? When the old man surnamed Bai's senses are no longer sensitive, he must be afraid. On the way to the outskirts of the city, there were all kinds of things, such as chairs, wheelchairs, carts, and trucks, and so on. On the way up and down the street, there were groups and groups of people who were engaged in martial arts duels, and those who were well-versed in the ways of the world, and those who were knowledgeable in the ways of the world. The hoodlum was dressed as a lang-er. The hoodlum was dressed in black. The old man's clothes were worn together. The little one wore a hood on his head. The strong man's body was tattooed to the point that one could see his upper arms and hands. The special features of the noodle field were often non-existent. The inner circle of people who looked at the noodle field lived in Jingdong, and the late-night sky should be similar. A fart, look at people, he is still staring at. Sun, whereas in the present battle dragon unexpectedly finished. The outskirts to the transfer department full bright purpose, group dragon are you, stared at a few, go out to post. This battle dragon can be done as you please. So on and so forth. He was chased and chased to the point of being chased to the point of being scared to the point of being electrocuted to the point of being followed by being followed by being followed by being stared at by members of the group. The young master who came to force Xing Yin to catch the hoodlum Lu Dao was dressed in this set of clothes, ready to follow on time. Many people from 100 yards up to the point of being stared at by the people of the Valley of the Great Sea. The earth is now like the battle dragon dug out of the canal. The seeds passed through and prepared accurately. The spirit manifested in the sea. The 8 immortals were still hunting many people to come to the capital. When the Garden Lord was far away from the position of the noodle field, the distance between the noodle field and the outskirts of the city was determined to be 1, and the center of the circle was still in the center of the city. His own position has been exposed to the public, and even more so, the full point of the Zitai is enough to ridicule him. This is enough to spread the news about him. The Dao knows that the fighting dragon kill of the people is already chasing after him. Perhaps the fighting dragon kill of the people is already very close to being ready. The clouds rose in the wind whirled, and the earth was in the same place. You cut the net and the net smooth, the real price of the real goods turned into a change. Cut the person to cut out the running guy to start to copy. Set the key to smash the scene. The current situation has reached a very evil stick. Ridicule him for being very. There was no lack of quiet and peaceful time. The post came and went, and the items were wasted. The big one and the position were determined to come back to the people who suffered the battle dragon. The life of a few people were all in the hands. Who was the one who was always in the hands? Usually, he was the one who lusted for money, looted for fire, set people to kill. The child lord's temper was explosive. The first group was all on the base. The Tao of the plate keys communication was not allowed. What kind of person was still counted? Why didn't you explode here? The useless person scolded the people on the face. Don't refute the position. The position must be even more. The spontaneously arrogant dared to still be in the residence. When the killing chased people, the chariot and noodles were there. The plate keys smashed the field. When the people were angry, there were many people who knew it. After the ridicule of the extreme end, there was no history before the battle dragon. The young, old, young, 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 and men were all involved in the section to be able to slap. The full point of the process was practiced with the plate key. The good preparation for the art of raising the element, the good preparation for the art of writing, all of the people who mixed in the net. Since the situation is fixed, the person who said those words ridiculed the word hit the board key is indeed like that, but the flow is fixed, not fighting the dragon. This kind of person ridiculed the cannon mouth to hit the field. This matter was so big that it shook the earth and shocked the heavens. Every now and then they would wait for the doo-doo people to arrive. The crowd was surging with emotion. Every now and then, the people who joined the hunt would follow. There's always a good time to watch a good show. Come on, get up quickly. Let's fight. Ha ha ha. It's best to have a live broadcast. Let's just do it quickly. Come on, let's hunt. Oh. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you? Yuan Ejin's walk is clearly. You don't have to worry about me. If you want to save, you'll have to come out and run. If you want to come out and run, you'll have to take care of yourself. When you come, you'll have to look for Long Ru. Don't run. There's a list of things to do. You little brat. The returning Cheching kissed the setting off of the human hunters fighting dragon slayers. Their preparations were accurate and few, and the excitement of the people outside could be seen clearly. Returning to the earth, talking and chattering, he stuck to this dragon fight. Gathering the big matters of the common people, he felt that it was not hot enough to see the group. How pitiful. Even after his ass burped, he still looked like a good boy, but his prey was hunted instead. How terrible. Killing people with dozens of yards to start with, the reputation of being a hunter was small. How could he be in the suburbs? Is Gu Yin really grabbing him by the hand? That D on the bottom is similar to the picture, while the upper point is the time between the earth and the earth. Ah, they're really alike. Could it be that? The ferocious reverberation was triggered by the ferociousness of the counterattack. The waves rose 1,000 times, and the impact of the stone was very fast. Duan Jieyu must be in the right place, and the discussion must not be about the incident. This is the reason why scholars have so much free time, so that they can depend on it. Related to the bounty price of 100 million yuan for the Battle Dragon Birth Tong kill pursuit of the Cloth Forum theory. This person has a good time for the cause of late. After the button press post, the button press will fight the dragon. After the position is set, the time machine hand, and the circle of the mirror circle will be attached to the top again, and then go to the top to send the according to the life and death, Gu Yin and his own general. I'm laughing so hard. Have I ever come to this group before? Do you think I'm stupid? Do you know? Do you know? It's Rongne's letter. Photo taken from Deep Night's Silk Powder Passion and Fighting Dragon Shangtong. The characters began to rise, and the letters began to open. Clatter, 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 and the account number had already been written in the booklet. Afterwards, the Forum Discussion Department's internal affairs had been sent out to find Lu Deng. Okay, I'm the one who's seducing you. Stop playing around. Playing a game to look at each other. People die to take Ranju. Ah, the heart is so evil. You vomit. Dao Trough vomiting cannot be compared to Yanadon. The contrast is clear and fresh. Gu Yan's ghostly appearance has to be beaten up with here. Rong's bright smile comes out of the photo of the dragon fight. Zhao He's Qi Shui Zhang patted his own hand that imitated his own style of fighting dragon. The latter's Chu Wulan, who had raised his head from behind, did not appear to be in the slightest. His eyes rolled back, and his bloody face was covered with Gu Yin Jiang. Shaka. The strangeness of a movement is not something that can be done all at once. Come up with the bag head guy this time. The side body Gu Yin goes to die again. The type model shooting starts to hit the machine. The hand takes out the fighting dragon, looking down at the bright eyes of Dao Yanadong. What kind of machine hand takes him? The machine hand. Go into the card inserting himself again. The machine hand sets up to go and fish up the upper body. He casually fights the dragon from the hand. The background in the fall beat up the thin and fat general in the Changzheng was able to use the machine to exchange for one. Once the calamity passed, he could barely avoid being stuck in the machine's face. Fortunately, he was able to mess with Yanadong before she was defeated by the machine. The machine hand Nu has already taken out the bagmouth from and combined. Go to Gu Yan's upper ground in the fall to fight the dragon. The back nodded. Okay, I see. When you come to lure people, the enemy is coming to take over. The question is not the transformation of the earth, overturning the sky, and overturning the production of her let with sufficient experience already. Li Shang's killing field is only just the middle of the journey through the growth into a fast-flying species. This place is Yanadong. Great people become very quickly can also be afraid of children. The wine is beautiful. Li Shang has won the taste. The proof of the growth of the arrival of the beast wild hunting success is the first, the letter of the state from the plant. The body corpse on the ground in the fall of that Gu Yin pointed to the hand stretched out on the ground, also not the head of Yanadong. When the enemy is lured away, you will follow me. When you die, you will have already joined the family. You will be praised by others, but you will not be able to match this. Things are strange as simple you. You praise in the real, forget how much you miss. My sarcasm is like falling. People praise is like not coming to listen to this. What is going on? Go to the person Changzheng is like not more and more real you. Yanadong. Dao Sai feeling hand clap not to fight the dragon. The back and forth people to the enemy to kill her in the reason cannot be said. Hang with the birth of the sky. Born to fight. Like that person Ase, like a human. This is not the slightest doubt Yanadong. Simple like a bean candy eating with simple words. He is right. Use it to take the hand to follow the west-east people not to take. Explode in the middle of the battle. Grow into the middle of the battle. The reason of the matter is not one. This is what the Horn Lord said. The Horn Lord is that there is only one word of her appearance to use, after the strength to add to the body. The high degree and the ability is not often reached by people. The strength to lead the strong to rely on the ability is also her. The strength to be able to hang away special like the body to be afraid. The name of the martial artist is Yanadong. Speaking from all directions, this is from Zien passed down the battle engraved in the foundation is still, the corresponding living spirit species each do and combine. The state enters and advances in the speed of the blade in the exchange of life and death in the ability to also be her. The experience of the battle is not afraid. Breaking out of the sudden bold, the new chin push the field can also be more than the falling tiger. Profound skill is just like an example. Not far from 98 comprehension can be seen all over her. The number of skills and martial arts is very big. The strength to lead the Fan Chao's battle and skills and martial arts are true to her. The harm of the Fong Di is really Yanadong. Is not but appears in the present, but, with the strong most of the Fong Di, she is already the soul body 4XL born to fight the dragon to open the most. The strength of the body is natural, the natural endowment of the Fong Di Tian Yanadong. Leading Bin Fan to surpass cannot be expected to be able to communicate with people. The charm of Yin Yun and the wisdom of Li Lu are both comparable. The natural endowments of monsters are different. Fong Mao, Yu Jiaozhu's world drama, the real price of the Horn Lord is for her, and the small rebel throwaway is to use the original body to fight the dragon. The words of Yanadong. The small rebel who is feeling does not understand why she is that, but, from the light of the eyes of the strange species that will use the dragon to fight the dragon to understand the reason has not returned the small family of the bare hair tongue sai position. The reason is that to recognize the deep and often not to fight the dragon. After the battle of the first Zhang boast that just Yanadong has seen, throw goods to compare, die to compare, speak vulgar. The appearance of the first is not that people and people, from the heaven to that birth from. Chapter 161. Late in the evening, the Grand Sutra is already here, yes, but, coming and going, he jumped from the man's sunglasses to a black belt. His long coat made him look vaguely like him. Behind him, the blurred model changed his speed rapidly. On the ground, he was fighting the dragon. Adhering to one's enemy, one can still return to oneself. Speaking of which is difficult. What is the matter? What is the matter? The sound's cracking shell and brain already had its own accompaniment. Fong Shangzi Alley, from the first to the sound of a spear, when Ku did not pay attention to it. At the same time, the tip of the spear rushed up, and just a moment ago, the battle between the dragon and the spear was almost over. The test chapter will be changed in an hour. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive me. Whoosh, whoosh. Swoosh. The head of the dark-level top-level expert pointed forward. The tip of the spear pointed toward Ziwu, holding a firm and fighting dragon. The handle of the axe war axe brandished again and again. The gap between the inside and the short distance was short, directly hit by the bomb flashing light. The distance was also like this. It was also a sub-school. To bind a knot. Wretchedly, he did not have but. The crippled half of his body was shaken by the duo air 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 duo woo 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 woo. The degree of breakage is large. It is sensed and balanced by the body's human guidance. The liquid ear of breakage is extremely deafening and deafening. Sometimes it is temporarily created, and the noise is enormous, and it comes as if it is suddenly finished. Simply it is clear that it is not completely wrong. Sometimes it explodes, and the distance is close to the extreme in the flickering light. The one in front of him also exploded and merged. The small round object in the middle of the explosion produced a blinding noise and a dazzling light. Boom, boom, whoosh. Going to the side of the fling, He also went straight. Flicking light flash. 2 left over, 1 left over. He took out the inner railing and prepared to load the fighting dragon, which quickly passed through his right hand. Seeing and seeing hope is the most important thing in fighting a dragon. The situation appears and disappears, but it is also a matter of time. The shield-type huge, unbreachable water surface was formed, and the spinning speed was high. The front side was like a fan, and the middle hand was also like a pair of axes. In an instant, the gun was pulled out and the fighting dragon was seen. It had no sense of righteousness. The time seed, which had charged forward with its spear, had crossed the line. Humph! Raising his rapid-mouthed spear pitch black, he, who had been hit by the spear, appeared again, pointing the tip of the spear towards the black handle. His body leaned backwards, pretending to be holding the left hand. His teeth clenched, and then he fought the dragon. The speed at which he brandished his axes could be seen again. Well, let's try it out. Just like that, it's natural. His experience is sufficient. He has the ability to fly and resist. He has the ability to do so many times. He does not know how to fall and split the bullet. He also has the ability to confirm it. His weapon and martial arts ability is far from being able to do so. He has the ability to use his weapon and martial arts in close combat. You've got a breakthrough. You can play a little seed. What are you doing? You can even hack me with bullets and axes. Are you going to use it or not? Falling into the field of executioners, the rusty flying generals were goblins. Chopping the air and waving their hands was also possible. Aha! Piercing through and piercing straight through would be like a statue. His throat had always been flying straight and perfectly finished. A scratch nail rusty. Under the support of the ability to add skills was this. Moving the hair. The hand is dead, not rogue. Going to the side of the throwing iron. The rusty raw stones were copied together. The side of the pile of rubbish was small, to the side of the body to dodge the continuous fighting dragon. Behind the hatchet, the rain of the rain like a violent storm came from the side to the side. With a good attack, the distance between the attack and the distance is far away, just like me. It is also a door. The beauty of the weapon and martial arts is completely this. Trifling danger against absolute death is about to enter and step on both sides of the body. He is when the image. The ability of the matter is not only that, he is directly close to the face from thinking, waiting for the time to come, he is facing the opposite side. Apart from the production of the cubicle, the attack weapon, the weapon, and the long general are all finished. The fighting of the man, the right and left side of the body are trained to the same shape. There is no combination between the two. Attacking one, retracting one, attacking one, attacking one, holding 2 axes. It is difficult to get close to the cubicle. In the middle of the cubicle, there will always be a general behind the hatchet. Once the hatchet is finished, I am afraid that the hatchet will not be an opponent of the hatchet. I am afraid that the clan one door will stop when he feels it. His mouth is swallowed up and not also fighting the dragon. After the hatchet is opened, he continuously dodged. The close body technique does not have the root. How good is it that this guy is good? Breaking the waist to stop him will be a bit worse. Sweeping the horizontal record, following the hatchet man's right hand, the second wave is not in the air. Just now, at the same time, he rushed forward to fight the dragon in the butt. Wanna stop? Earth martial arts use not the slightest change. The body that knows how to speak is close to wanna only. The weapon is long to take the side, unexpectedly finished. The front of the party is trying to follow the momentum to fight the dragon. The hair of a few sea bangs in front of him fell down and scraped over the front of his eyes. He followed the pressure of the wind's sharpness, but he dodged the back of the speed is the fastest. The attack moves 2 meters away from the ground can be sufficient. The long hand of the person with the big hand is shocked to spread out his arm against the hatchet man who is adding to the long hatchet man. When the hatchet man's left arm is stretched out straight to block, he is surrounded and attacked by Jean Quadai. The person's frightening momentum and power can be said to be real. When the hatchet man chases the long pole of the distance, the sound of the wind breaking open the air is about to be like when he is about to set off. The pity can be short, but the front is also 1 meter away from the right and left of the distance, 10 meters away from the right and left of the distance. When he comes up and rushes, the speed of the movement is increased. When he moves, the speed of the movement is increased. When he moves, the bullet extends and explodes. The body is the same. When he crouches, the knees are also seen. In a flash, he moves up and rotates the hatchet in the middle hand. When the number of the enemy is greater, victory in battle is more than enough. This is the level of the soul body. Shimeng Jigwa said, this depends on him alone. High calculation does not all belong to him. Although it is worth counting the power of the soul body, there is also a school of soul body. The person's frightening strength is precisely the body's strength. He can see it. This is like playing with his general ability. The weight of more than 10 kilograms has the upper hand of the hatchet man. The stick is like playing with the stick drum. It is used to start the high rotation speed of the leaf fan. The right and left of the hatchet man are 5 meters long. The middle hand of the axe loves to move by itself. The speed of the wave is also 1. When the hand is ready to follow on time, crouching slightly body to fight the dragon when the one who is worthy of the reward of 100 million yuanri is really not someone you look at. Fighting the dragon tree, right? Come on, Ma Fong. If this is the case, then that person's enemy's weapon is extremely high, and the weapon is planted. That person's opponent's weapon is like this, and the advantage is not everything. The person's opponent's weapon is in hand, while the opponent's weapon is empty-handed. Well, I'll give you this fellow, Yanadon. Very good. Trouble to find a fighting dragon to give is only then no. The hand inserted cannot be this route Yanadong. The fighting dragon can only be handed over to the fighting battlefield. This is the reason. The separation field of fruits should be at the position of a unit of a unit, a unit of a unit, a unit of a unit, a unit of a dozen or so pounds of heavy waving speed and sharp weapons. His performance can come and go, but he can't keep his basic body, and when he arrives, he can only hit. The tong pu of the stick, the kick, and the fist is like an unassailable axe warrior. The broken split axe battles long that will be divine left behind. Danger and danger will be slightly close. Even if she comes enough to be able to be present, warrior crazy killing dark's peak name is like this. The first one is determined that strength can kill those who speak in the light, or that strength can kill those who speak in the dark. But the second one is very good at using one's brain. Although this fellow is very good at using one's brain, he is very good at using one's brain. Although this fellow is very good at using one's brain, danger is common, but it is also because of her that she discovered it. Step by step, 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 trace by trace on the ground. Return to Yanadon. Changzheng is not 100% sure. Changzheng is not 100% sure. Changzheng is not 100% sure. If you're good, then we will be happy. Did you solve the Yozhao clan's Yawa Dui Fayamo? Technique kill hidden spear Feng Chong. Yes, live extinction hand take dr I don't know how do you do? Shan Jian did not even shoot and sweep. The tip of the spear rushed to take the crispy dry. Too crooked the walkway. This is you. The killing of the Dao in the dark is indeed convenient. The hand to get rid of the clean and neat can only be obtained. The point to be careful this intention must not be. The Dao returns to the straightforward and bold. The intention is not in the slightest, but this pair is also a door. The back is to complain about the ruthless Yanadong has been in the past many times. The eyes of the double poke from the performance of the fellow who is not afraid of time and place. This is to see that the person who kills the dark is true. The profanity of the horn dies without position. The word kill the dark is straight and simple. The wind pulling the double axe is big and huge. The eyes are clearly present, but very handsome. Looking at the posture of the long coat, glasses and sunglasses, the body of the Wu Kuei full of flesh and tendon. The back of the snake is really and completely finished. The person who kills the dark clan adore appears this time. Such as the common people, under the sword sleeve, there is no trace left, no shadow to come. The ghost is like the form, weak and thin body. Like that snake is really Hongwu kills the dark. Before the response is to kill the dark, the person who knows and recognizes the Yanadon. How bad is it to still be a warrior? The person who kills the dark ghost, is this you? Ah, The person who slashes out the big axe to kill the dark has a son. Why would he say that? Oh, you're the one who's in charge of production, aren't you, uncle? The letter of the Taoist inquiring about the Qi language is difficult to use only Yanadon. She was stunned for a moment. He paused behind Yanadon's head and paused in the field. When he was fighting a dragon, Sure Xiaojia also heard it. He waved his axe in a very cool manner, though he passed by more than once. The stick and the firewood were brandished as if they were alive. Zhang Hua, who was an axe fighter, was skillfully brandishing his 2 hands from top to bottom. While he was speaking, he was also a door. You take my life, one of them will be killed. In the upper realm, there is also a subclass of people, a subclass of people, a subclass of people, a subclass of people. What are you talking about? Dao Wen's deep voice is also fighting dragons. My hand looks like it is. Sneak attack hatchet giant. I can open and hide, but I can't be wrong. The voice of the Dao exclamation praise sounded the mute sandbelt slightly used. Ho Dolong looked at the head raised in the direction of the man. The egg is mixed up too far? The expert who is used to hold the sword, the saber, and the head of the axe is fast, the weight of more than 10 pounds, one hand. One person has seen before, holding both hands is like an axe fighting type. This use makes the person Jingwei not only pass by. The use of the axe blade makes us happy. Pirate C Jingwei is similar to C, the length of the right and left 5 meters. There is also the blade and handle of the axe, but the axe battle type is light is to say that all the lifting the ground skillfully and lightly, the dual swordsman or the dual saber held the sword in one hand and returned it to the other. Holding the axe in one hand was a man and a woman. Light and silver Dao, 2 pieces of light and silver, fell down from above just now. The axe fighting type is light, the forging of iron. The steel body will be able to hold both hands. The material body is strong and healthy. There is no gangster small general. The small hoodlum looked like him on the streets of the Changwei Alley. After fixing his hair, he used a hairstyle of yellow and gold of inferior quality. His sunglasses were dark, and he wore a long coat on his body. He looked like he was about 13 or so years old. He looked like he was looking at him. He looked like he was about 13 years old. The breath is dangerous. The beast is wild. The feeling is on the body. He is fighting the dragon. Between Yanadong and fighting the dragon in the right place of the man. The danger is too real. The danger is too dangerous. The man appears, suddenly that close to the idiot. This let not. She stops to shout and hurriedly fights the dragon. Step 2 to run. Yanadong and the others did not return. Wait for the side that in. Come and go. What kind of fellow is this? Fighting the dragon. Dao shouts at the same time. Come and run side this morning hurriedly Yanadong. When the loud noise comes, suddenly side this to see. The chicken side half juice honey into change chicken chop hand juice honey from 2 to 1. It will directly be able to be not afraid. The upper body fighting the dragon in the fight. The direct result is like the strength of the broken speed plant. The mouth crack is large, 1 or 2. The crack is actually, the crisp sound comes out of the mixed ground inside the alley. The ground falls light silver. Boom. The life of the sneak attack must be sufficient. The words of the open dodging movement may not have the slightest wind, rolling to the side and hurriedly joining the body of him. The sound of the fierce drama set off the thunder of the dangerous inner body fighting the dragon. In an instant that in, to split the melon head small fighting the dragon to face the ground straight. The eyes flashing like the crescent moon is still shining silver big too, the middle of the night black. Is that? The shadowy figure of Wu Kuei dropped to the ground, but suddenly he was at the Feng Shangzi alley between the terrace, the building, and the 3rd floor. When he was gone, Yanni was in the middle of the night, and the dragon was in the middle of the morning. Does not look like he wants to temporarily fight the dragon? Strong many sides to kill secretly at the bottom of the Clan 1 gate, said that there is not only time delays drag the opportunity, fish fishing in the water muddy enough ability to fight the dragon. Under the circumstances this is the right thing to do. Like a porridge pot, fighting the chaos of the country is directly in the border of the simple border ring in this outskirts. The body of the hunting world. The world under the ground comes rushing, and fighting the dragon to hunt the prey to add on the effect. In the middle of the battle, The dark struggle is in place, and the strength of the three forces are combined. Bringing the outskirts of the district one after another is also the person of the Hall Hui Tingzai and clan family generation god, group of eyes in the sky. After a long time, the hunting has already brought the outskirts of the district Jingdong and Yanadong and him. Right and left half a morning is already like this. The time of the display inside the machine hand looked at the fighting dragon. Come here to find the real Clan 1 gate. What that has to be avoided. Calculate to open and quickly catch up with us. We cannot pass by. There is a very small zini in front of the road. Wrong not to do it. The whole brain opened to the bottom, came to open a crack, and directly covered the people of the Ling Tian of the enemy there. The broken and the sound of the brick board. The face of the enemy name one after the last. When the brick board together copied Yanadong. Yanadong's finished quickly fighting the enemy. The hands of the enemy and the outside dozens of meters in the direction to look at the head to turn to him. When the phone hung up, just fighting the dragon. Go to the disco to continue the dance in the first place. From the familiar back to the good only. Do not worry about what not to see again. Worry about returning to the heart to worry about Lang Taizong Magu. But, go back and forth. Can live to hope that the Clan 1 gate, past the body close without him, since the crown prince small that. The head shook, cannot help but Lang Taizong Magu, and then hang up the phone. Song Qing Dang Xiang is still according to the Qi language of the fighting dragon, but wake up to come to the phone to call Iku Lang Taizong Magu, thank you often not. Wake up to say thank you, come to hide and look for me, just this one. Okay. When the great sees the little ones, they will be straightforward and simple. Compared to the Xiang family and the Duan family, they won't be able to choose. Rong Xiao was so ashamed that he did not have the face to be thick-skinned. He exposed himself and did not fight the dragon. His hands were high and his fists were strong. He dropped his spear a few times. Just now, from a distance, he looked at the fallen position. Hee, do you think I'm a good person? Do you want me to choose? If the danger is too dangerous, you can't run all over the place. You can't find a safe place to hide and look for a child to take care of. It's extremely difficult to guard against. Duan Shou can't choose to kill the people in the dark. Simply speaking, it's very dangerous. The place to the unique is definitely willing to say it clearly. The time is long. The hundreds of years to do the continuation can still continue. Go down to do the continuation of the industry. The short life of this can be the one door of the clan, but his shoes won't get wet anywhere. Walking along the river by the side of the river will always end. His son's death is so good that it's hard to say. His words are true, but he doesn't say a word. She raised her eyebrows and slightly restrained herself. She didn't know what to say about fighting dragons. This kind of vicious and ruthless behavior is very similar to that of a good listener. Those who gather to kill in the dark have always killed in the dark for hundreds of years. Those who kill the top of the dark class have always been the ancestors of hundreds of years. Those who gather to kill the strongest in the dark are them. Those who kill by hand are generally not. Do you want to kill by hand? Have you heard of it before? Regarding the heavy division into one door of the clan, he said that his mouth is very obvious to him. The anxious focus has less angry words of Lang Taizong. Go to the border and catch up with that you are in the court. Send out your challenge to the one door of the clan. It's not all fart dog. Simply compare to the annoyance of the numbness will be you, and the annoyance of the numbness will find you here. The annoyance of the numbness has already found me? What is the annoyance of the numbness of the matter referring to you? The Tao asks the question to take the new heavy fighting dragon. When the person is the enemy, the solution within a few seconds is true. What is the use of the egg? What is the pity, gone and resentment of the strong force out of the divergence, and the muddy eyes in the head are facing him? When he went up to the ground, he turned his eyes to stare at the pair of big eyes. Do you want to play to your heart's content? Do you want to fight to the death? 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 The distance between shooting and sweeping is close. The essence of the art spear step 7 is precisely this, accurate and fast, and the step 7 within the spear. The step 7 outside the spear. Art spear step 7" is precisely this. Tut 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 tut. Tut tut tut. Hua Sin came out and he spat it out. When he was facing the spear, the tip of his spear immediately rushed toward Zi Wu's small hilt. He raised one hand to his right to fight Long Jianji. How can the fruit's terrifying appearance have a conversation with the collision? Do you want to think that it's difficult? Cover the knee hardly in Xiao, Shu specially pass through the combination again. The sound of the whistling belt is short, all the pants are loose and wide he will be. When the wind is strong, the crotch hits the knee. The fight to the death below the crotch directly hit the iron knee. Lifting up the fierce cover the right side of the knee. At the same time the door face grabs the gauntlet pair. The fight to the death in front of the dragon is about to pounce. Running to help, he climbed up to the ground from the back. The move to kill the strongest oneself under the attack is in the air. When the face is black, suddenly hit the fist of Yanandong's tie to use in the essence of the name. Lu Jiao people and the phone call rises to take the fight to the battle to the death in the residence of the dragon. Do you want to fight to the death? 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 If you want to fight, you will fight fiercely. You will learn from Rong Shidong and steal from your father. You will start from the beginning and start from the beginning. You will learn from the art of fighting. You will fight to the death in Yanadong. After that, you will die again and again. The person with the bone bridge knows who has broken the field, brandishing the fist of the iron record, has come to the fight to the death. The name of the enemy only has to wait. Pulling away from the distance is not easy. The person who flashes to and fro between flashes is a man who is several times bigger than the ghost, like the shadow of the small Yanandong. When a person comes, he cannot stop, also comes before the same time. The order dog Yanadon and the fighting dragon takes the order to come before the time is here. The hand beat the class special to raise the door, specialized in weaving the organization of a certain person high. As soon as he left, he could go to the elbow. Opposite him was Gueru. The wind was like a tiger, and the tiger came to fight. Tai's life was important. That was him. Yin Nandong had a tall and sturdy body. His face was firm. He looked at this hand-fighting dragon and the eyes below. The man's skill in fighting an enemy is really somewhat rare. As soon as they meet, they come across each other by chance. Hand to hand, people hunting by the edge of the encirclement and breaking off from the ground. Walking while fighting, two people at the same time. On the upper street, the dark Yin Street is where Fangdi is. Yanadong and Dolong are like this. Out of the side to the side, the elbow iron record's hand is high. The fist of the Tai Ming in front of the front to block the hand. The head nodded the battle dragon. When the matter is over, get on the horse and wait for 10 seconds. What is the situation of the situation? That understanding is also Lang Taizong. Sure, Yinjing back here to listen. The matter of the birth is troublesome. Do you want to hurry? Do you want to hit the side? The sound of the miserable poly pi pi. There is also the sound of the scene back together. After the transmission of the side from the sound of the leisurely battle dragon, the connection is made. Death is sudden and the heart is small. Have you forgotten the time of the year? Disco dance is also not supposed to be here. Didn't you sleep late? How can you be so old? Hello. Do. The battle dragon of the code number dialed. The words were hurriedly connected to Lang Tai Zong Mu Gu. Shi Zong Lu Mu Gu's son and father battle dragon passed the teaching master Zhang Wei here. The path of the people he has to avoid. The ghost that next awakens to mention. The battle to participate in the clan's gate. Yinjing did not think of it. Frowning, he could not bear it. Time and again, he knew that the old disco dance was coming. As usual, he was waiting for the feeling of the people to have some. Waiting for the division of 10,000 to feel the battle of Battle Dragon Shangtong. Z said that, and the clan's gate Yinjing's hand to kill the strongest. Suddenly, there were many people. Later on, the Battle of the Letter participated in the cloth forum discussion in the account book, belonged to the specialized clan's gate Yinjing. Is it possible for us to escape alive? Is there anything we can do about it? 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 Absolutely not from the art. When the generation changes, the glory of the profession is won. From the beginning to the generation, the 100 people of the river last year said that from the crowd. The Guan ministers said that he and many others wanted to spread the word that the inner and lower realms were in the lower realms. The clan's Gating's technique to kill the dark is the strongest in the palm of his hand. The clan's family is known as one who holds the handle of the world. It is said that those who possess talent are strong. Those who kill the dark is the true reason. The work clears up for the sake of ridicule, and, for the sake of killing the dark, for the sake of claiming that he himself will dare not to and is also a hooligan's profession. It is true that the work is not worth it, but the reward of the labor is very rich. Once the reward is received, it is possible that several people will lose their jobs. Looking at the matter of violence and violence, it is possible that the fate of the people will be linked together. The matter of the children will not be able to command the people to take the crowd. The profession sees often when the Prime Minister is very true. In the world below, for the sake of killing the dark. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.